A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Life of Mary Sothern. Dr. John Benson has been standing behind Mary in her fight to retain her controlling stock in the Sanders interest. Mary knows that it will provide a new start in life for her husband, Max, after he serves his prison sentence of a year and a day. But Gerald Proof, anxious to gain control of Sanders' interests, warned Dr. Benson to withdraw his support of Mary at once. Dr. Benson refused to betray Mary and challenged Proof to do his work. That was real courage, for Proof has threatened to remove Dr. Benson as head of the children's clinic. Goaded almost to the breaking point, Mary and Dr. Benson telephoned state prison for permission to visit Max and get his opinion of their plan to checkmate Proof through Merlin Davis. But the prison doesn't answer reports of long-distance operator. The state penitentiary is a raging inferno of smoke and flames, and all available doctors have been summoned to assist. Somewhere among those hundreds of trapped prisoners is Mary's husband, Max. Momentarily stunned by the terrible news they had just received, Mary and Dr. Benson stare at each other, afraid to voice the fear that grips their hearts. Mary dares to break the heavy silence first.
But, John, this is not. It's some horrible nightmare. It can't be true.
It is true, Mary. You've got to face it. I'm leaving for prison just as soon as I can.
But, John, couldn't it be a mistake? Couldn't it?
No, Mary, there's no doubt about it. Now, look here, Mary. This isn't like you. Let's pull yourself together. We know that the prison is on fire, but how do we know that it isn't under control for a minute?
Max.
Maybe Max doesn't even in it, Mary.
Oh, John, you're a dear, but I can see through what you're trying to do. No, don't look so worried. I'm not going to be hysterical. I have a firm grip on myself now. See, John, I'm ready to take orders. You're the doctor, John.
Mary, in just a little while, you and I have got to go out and face facts. It may hurt, Mary. I'd bank my life on you, Mary. I know you can take it.
Thank you.
I'll get it, Mary.
No, John, I'll answer. I'm not running away anymore. Yes? Oh, yes, Dr. Cartwright. Yes, Dr. Benson's still here.
For me?
It's Dr. Cartwright at the children's clinic.
Oh, fine. Hello, Dr. Cartwright. What? Well, what does the blood test show? Yes, of course I'll hold the wire.
John, it isn't Max.
No, Mary, it's not about Max. Dr. Cartwright's worried about one of the youngsters at the clinic.
Oh.
Said the girl has a rising fever. They scratched her knee on the playground last week. Infection set in. Cartwright's getting a blood test report from the lab now.
Oh, the poor little thing. Is she suffering much?
I'm afraid so, Mary. Nasty case there. Have to watch it. Oh, yes, Dr. Cartwright. Yes? That check's all right. And the blood test? What? Definite. Well, give her a lockjaw in the task at once. Oh, sorry, Dr. Cartwright. I should have known you were taking care of that. Yes, I see.
John, something's wrong.
Blood poisoning. Cartwright wants me to operate immediately. Oh. No, Cartwright, I can't do it. I'm leaving immediately for state prison to help out in that fire. Well, no time to discuss that now.
John, you must go to that trial.
Dr. Cartwright, I'm putting this case into your hands entirely. Consult the girl's parents. Tell them your honest opinion. Get their consent before you do anything. Cartwright, I'm putting it squarely up to you. If you're sure there's no other way, then operate at once.
John, you shouldn't leave.
Yes, Cartwright. As head of the children's clinic, I'll take the full responsibility, naturally.
You shouldn't have done this for me.
Now, Mary, Cartwright's a young doctor. He has brains and enthusiasm. I think I know my man.
But, John, if you fail, if that little girl doesn't pull through, people will say...
One way or the other, people will say John Benson has betrayed his sacred trust. Mary, believe me, I know what I'm doing.
And they'll say that he put Max Sanders and his wife Mary above his duty as a physician. John, I can't let you...
Now, Mary, listen to me. I promised Max to look after you. And that means more to me than anything else.
And that's just what you would say.
And besides, I can be of use up there at that fire. I've specialized in burns and their infections. Every minute counts. And I'm leaving for the state prison now.
Then I'm going with you.
Mary, you can't. There's no place for you.
My place is near my husband when he's in danger, John. I'll get my coat.
Very well, Mary. I won't try to stop you. Better change in a warmer dress if you're coming.
All right.
Shall we drive up there? Mm-hmm. I'll run down to the clinic now.
All right, John.
I want to take a look at that little girl before I leave. I'll be right back.
If I could only get away out. Johnny, he's gone, hasn't he? Why, Phyllis, I thought you were asleep. I was, but the bedroom door was open and I heard your voice. Oh, and we woke you up. How selfish, Phyllis. Now, darling, tell you what. You just lie back in your chair and dream a little while longer. I've stopped dreaming now. No, Phyllis, dear, you're going to be all right. Here, let me prop up that pillow. No, don't fret so, darling. I don't care about myself. Phyllis. Oh, Mary, let's stop pretending. I heard every word you and John said just now. How can you deceive me? Oh, yes, I didn't want you to. I know. You didn't want me to know this. But my brother's caught in a burning prison. But even now, he's my own brother. Phyllis, I love myself as much as you do. You know that. And I'm going to, and just as soon as Dr. Benson brings the car, we're leaving right away. But I'm so helpless here, Mary. You can do something to help Max, and I can't. Darling, you're not helpless, not in one way. You've been a brave little soul through all this trouble, and you can help Max, dear. Phyllis, just keep saying yourself, Max will be all right. Max will be all right. I'll keep saying it now. Deep in my heart, I'll keep saying it. And someday, when all this heartache's past and all our loved ones are together again, well and happy, you and I, Phyllis, we'll look at each other and we'll remember. We'll remember this dark hour when you closed your eyes and drifted into a quiet sleep with this one thought in your heart. Max will be all right. Max will be all right. Max will be all right. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Mary, I just heard Dan quiet. Phyllis has just fallen asleep.
Oh, I'm glad of that. I'm afraid I've got bad news, Mary. I don't know how to tell you.
I know that. I'm leaving for state prison just as soon as Dr. Benson comes with a car.
Oh, then you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but don't worry, Mary. It's probably just a little flash. You know how people exaggerate.
I understand, Danny. I was here when Dr. Benson received the emergency call. All available doctors were asked to report at state prison immediately, and I'm going with him.
Good for you, Mary. I expected you would. But wait till I change out of these overalls.
Why, Danny?
Well, I'm going with you. Just wait for me. It won't be a second.
Danny, you can't go with us.
Well, why not?
Why, your place is here with Phyllis.
Oh, I know, but Laura's here, and Daddy will come over and look after things.
But, Danny, darling, Daddy's an old man. Though I'd never let him hear me admit it. And he depends so much on you these days.
You really think he does, Mary?
Oh, of course he does, Danny. You must stay here. Just think how upset Phyllis would be to wake up and find you'd gone off with us. She needs your strength, Danny boy, so very much.
Yeah. Yes, I guess you're right, Mary. I guess my place is right here now, looking after Phyllis.
I knew you'd understand, Danny.
Now, I don't worry your head about things here at home, Mary. I'll see that it's all taken care of. You just go on up to the prison and see for yourself that Max is perfectly okay.
Of course, Danny, you're right. I know you'll take care of everything beautifully. Oh, that must be John now.
Yeah, I'll go let him in. Get your coat, Mary.
Well, I'm right with you, Danny. I'm all ready to go.
Good evening, Mrs. Sanders.
Oh, Mr. Priest, I'm sure we have nothing to say to each other now.
On the contrary, Mrs. Sanders, I think it's high time we've said a great deal to each other. That is, if you're a sensible woman, and I think you are.
Now, look here, Mr.
Never
Priest.
mind, Danny. Mr. Priest, I'm in a very great hurry just now, and I'll not stop to talk with you.
Mrs. Sanders, Mary Sothern, perhaps I should say, I want to warn you for your own good. I must...
Goodbye, Danny.
Good luck, Mary.
I'll wire you just as soon as I know.
All right.
Goodbye, Danny.
Very, very interesting. John Benson is about to remove himself from public life. Thank you, Dr. John Benson, for saving me the trouble. Yes, Dr. Benson, perhaps you have saved Gerald Proust a lot of trouble. What new treachery does he plan while you and Mary speed to the burning prison on your errand of mercy to save Mary's beloved...
presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you and good evening. At this moment, two young American flying heroes are waiting beside their shortwave receiver at an Allied base in the Pacific. They have returned from their first bombing mission over Truk Island. After the curtain falls in our play, we will have a chat with them. It is to them and to all men and women of the Allied armed forces overseas and at home that we dedicate this global half hour.
On December 17, 1903, a skeptical crowd gathered on Kill Devil Hill, North Carolina, to watch man make his first successful flight in an engine-driven, heavier-than-air machine. The Wright brothers' plane looked like a huge box kite with a gasoline engine attached. The pilot appeared to be sitting in space, with nothing to tell him how the engine was performing. Today, this uncertainty is gone from flying. Our pilots know definitely how their engines are performing. Precision gauges and thermometers, engine performance instruments, give them this information in detail. For example, the exact pressure of the fuel and oil, the exact temperatures of the coolant and oil for each individual engine are separately indicated on dial-type gauges. Many engine performance instruments are made by the men and women of Autolite at La Crosse, Wisconsin, an organization that develops precision measuring devices to take the guesswork out of flying. Their manufacturing know-how is reflected not only in the accuracy and dependability of these instruments, but in the vast quantities they are producing for the fighting planes of the United Nations. Autolite leadership in engineering and producing these instruments in volume is proof again that the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. And now, Mr. Coleman again.
The ostrich is a strange bird, double-toed yet swift-footed, richly feathered yet grounded. Now, once upon a time, there were 5 ostriches who were very fond of each other, but who did not like a 6th. And when they saw him coming, they would all hide their heads in the sand. So the 6th ostrich would walk around crying, "Where is everybody?" And after many years of this kind of treatment, which, as you know, has become proverbial, and is even referred to as social ostracism, this poor bird became very lonely. So lonely, in fact, that having nothing better to do, he found his way one wet afternoon into an Arch Oboler comedy. So suppose we tell you all about it.
The play, Ostrich in Bed. The players, Ronald Coleman and Joan Bennett. This is what happened to Mr. Bart Reynolds one evening when he returned from work with love in his heart and the homecoming cry on his lips.
Jean, darling, I'm home.
I know you're home.
What's the matter, darling? Have you a cold?
Bart, listen to me.
I'm listening.
I tried to reach you at the office. You went in all afternoon.
Oh, I was at the bank. What is it, darling? What's the matter?
Darling, I don't know exactly how to tell you this.
Tell me. Tell me what?
Bart, you and I...
No.
No, what? All I want to tell you is...
Yes?
There's an ostrich in our bed. Bart, all I ask you to do, absolutely all, is to open the door and look in.
No, darling, come here.
Yes.
How long have we been married?
7 years. What's that got to do with anything?
It's got to do with why I love you. Never a dull moment.
What?
Remember, last year I came home and you announced you'd gone into the fur business with one rabbit?
What's that got to do with...
And the year before that, why, you'd gone into the chicken-raising business with 5 roosters.
What's it got to do with...
the year before that, someone had given you a bee and a flower, and you were going to corner the honey market.
Will you answer me? What's that got...
Business venture is all this ostrich nonsense a preamble to. Come on now, darling, let's have the truth.
Bob Reynolds, are you insinuating that I'm lying?
Ah, Jean, my sweet, my dear, my only insist. After 6, our dinner guest is arrived. He's the man without humor, the joke, and then our help desk.
Boss Reynolds, you come with me.
Now, Jean, stop.
Come ahead. You come with me.
I know, but
come on. Bedroom.
Now, Jean,
I'll show you. I'll show you. There. Look.
It is an ostrich. It is an ostrich.
When I heard the sound at the door, I thought to myself, now who can that be?
It's an original thought, darling, but get to the point. So you heard a rap on the door.
So I said to myself, now who can that be?
No,
and I started for the door, and on the way I slipped and fell. But that new floor wax is absolutely no good.
I know, darling, but the point.
And when I got to the door, I couldn't open it because the lock was stuck. So I said, I'll be with you in a minute, not having the slightest idea what was on the other side. When I finally did get the door open, oh, Bart, there it was.
But it's preposterous.
I tried to scream, but the scream stuck in my throat. So I just stood there, and it just walked right by me and down the hall and into the bedroom and sat down on the bed, and that's all there is to it.
But, darling, people don't open their front doors and find ostriches there.
No, Bob.
Ostriches do not walk into people's houses and sit down in their bedroom.
No, Bob.
It's preposterous.
Bob.
Yes?
Why don't you tell that to the ostrich?
Hello. Hello. Is this the police department?
Yeah. Sergeant Buchanan speaking.
Sergeant, this is Mr. Reynolds of 803 Catalpa Street.
803 Catalpa Street.
Yeah. A very, peculiar thing has happened here, and I wish to report it.
I'm listening.
Well, it's this way.
Say it, Bob.
It appears that there's an ostrich on our bed. That is to say that there's an ostrich on our bed.
I'm afraid we got a bad connection. What did you say?
I said an ostrich has come into our house and he's on our bed. Now, would you send a squad car over here quickly? You see, we're expecting very important dinner guests, and the ostrich ought to be out of here by the time they arrive. Hello. Sergeant, are you there?
I'm here, mister. Hey, don't you think it's a little early in the evening to be feeling so happy?
I'm not happy.
He's not happy.
Hey, who was that?
Oh, that was my wife. Now, please, will you please hurry and get some policemen over and get this ostrich out of here? Sergeant, you hear me?
I heard you. And I got one comment to make. There's a war going on. The police department is short on help. We're overworked. We're tired. And we haven't got any time for drunks. Now go stick your head in the bucket and don't bother us.
Hello. Hello. Is this the Society for the Protection of Dumb Animals? I said, is this the Society for the Protection of Dumb Animals?
Society for the Protection of Dumb Animals. Can I help you?
You certainly can. Do you pick up stray animals?
Yes, sir. Dog or cat?
Well, it's sort of a bird.
Male or female?
Well, I don't know.
I'm sorry. We must have that information.
Oh. Well, hold the wire, will you? Jean, is it a he or a she?
Well, really, Bart, how should I know?
Hello? We don't know.
I'm sorry. We must have that information.
But it's a bird. Don't you understand? It's a bird.
I'm sorry. We do not pick up stray birds. Would you be interested in a nice dog?
I would not. Now, look,
we
this
have a
bird...
complete selection of stray dogs. The dog is man's best friend.
I told you, it's hopeless. We'll never get rid of that bird. We'll...
Jean, listen.
Listen to what?
It's almost 7. Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Calvert?
What do you think Mr. Calvert will say?
But we can shout to him.
Ah, Jean, believe me, one mention of the ostrich, and we'll be in every newspaper in the country. I can't call off this dinner. It's part of public relations, so there's only one hope. Give Mr. Talbot dinner and get him out of here fast.
Dinner? Oh, boss.
About what?
The dinner. I haven't even begun the dinner.
Oh.
Boss, do you think that Mr. Talbot would be interested in ostrich on toast?
Fundamentals, my dear Reynolds. What this country needs is to go back to fundamentals. Agreed?
Yes, Mr. Talbot.
The fundamentals of simple living and simple food. May I congratulate you on your salad, Mrs. Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Talbot.
Yes, what America needs is the simple, peaceful way of life. Your way of life.
Oh, thank you,
Mr. Talbot.
Here you are, the two of you, self-sufficient. You, Mrs. Reynolds, capable of making a fine dinner.
Our cook's in a defense line.
Immaterial and irrelevant. You are capable of conducting your own family life sanely and efficiently.
Thank you.
Not at all. It has been my experience that the average American family has too much horse play and not enough horse sense. The wild, unrestrained, so-called humor of the average American family leads to family discord, dissonance, and divorce. Agreed, Reynolds?
Oh, yes, Mr. Talbot.
The American home must once again become a quiet haven. What's that?
Woodpeckers.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, yes, she means night woodpecker.
Night woodpecker. Oh, yes. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. The American home. It must once again become an institution self-sustaining and self-productive. An arsenal of livestock. There that is again. What is that?
The arsenal of livestock.
I didn't hear anything.
I thought I did. To continue, that to be self-sustaining, every home should make use of our feathered friends. Pigeons in the attic and chickens in the basement.
What about the bedroom?
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Talbot, have you read any good books lately?
What?
I mean, about the American home. Just the other day, I ran across a book that said...
Just a moment, Reynolds. Listen. Oh, it's someone at the door. Aren't you going to answer it?
Oh, yes. There must be somebody at the front door. I'll go through.
Just a moment.
Yes, Mr. Talbot?
The sound is from that direction.
Oh.
Reynolds is just going to sit there. Aren't you going to find out who it is?
Well,
it's no use, boss. You might as well show him.
Show me what? What's going on here?
That feathered friend you were talking about.
Well?
We already have it, Mr. Talbot.
I beg your pardon?
Even when you see it, you won't believe it, but here goes.
What is it? Where's he going?
Look down the hall and hold on to your hat.
Well, you know, for a moment, that looked just like an ostrich. It is an ostrich.
He got out. Look, don't let it...
It's all right, boss. Everything's under control.
What?
Mr. Talbot has passed out.
Holy smoke.
And the ostrich is eating the salad.
Well, Mrs. Reynolds.
Well, Mr. Reynolds.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Who writes your dialogue these days?
Oh, a short, fat fellow without a head.
Tell me, Mrs. Reynolds, has anything amusing happened to you lately?
Oh, nothing much. I met an ostrich yesterday.
Anyone we know?
A tall, thin fellow with feathers.
Where? Along the boulevard?
No, right over the salad bowl. Ain't funny, Mr. Reynolds.
Well, at least we got rid of Mr. Talbot.
Yes, and I'm very sleepy, so let's go to bed. Well, I sleep.
There's always the sofa.
Oh, this is crazy. Call the police. Call the fire department. Call...
The Society for the Protection of Dumb Animals?
All right. But wait until it's morning. If I have to call out the wax, the waves, and the spars, out it goes.
Out it goes.
But...
what is it now?
In the morning, do you think It'll expect breakfast in bed. Bart, wake up.
What?
It's after 7. Please wake up.
What?
It's after 7.
I'm awake. Oh, ye gods, did I have a dream?
I know. You dreamt there was an ostrich in the house.
Yes. How did you... Oh, gee.
Yes, Bart. Your dream is walking around the bedroom.
Well, how do you know?
I looked in a little while ago. It's eating your shorts.
The plain or the striped one?
Bart, listen.
It's coming in here.
Oh, Bart.
Now, don't be afraid. After all, it's only an ostrich, and an ostrich is a bird, and a bird hasn't any teeth, so why should we be afraid of an ostrich?
Bart, it's looking at you.
No, dear. I think it's looking at you.
Bart, do something.
Hello, ostrich.
It doesn't like you.
Now, why jump to conclusions? It's just lonely, that's all. Escaped from a zoo or a circus or something. Yes, obviously, a lonely bird.
It's got a head like a snake.
No. On the contrary, I think it's a very handsome bird. Where are you from, old boy? Old girl? Look at the way it turns its head and listens. Do you think it understands us?
I wouldn't know.
Ostrich, I'm going to talk to you now, man to man.
Bless its little heart.
Look, Ostrich, we're very appreciative about your frightening Mr. Calvert out of here, but believe me, enough's enough. Surely there's a nice cage waiting for you somewhere. We're not a good family for an ostrich. You wouldn't like our social life. We like people. The house is always full of people, and you like privacy. You like...
Your head in the sand. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, now you've done it.
Bart.
What?
The way it's looking at us. It's as if it's trying to make up its mind.
Yes. Whether to stay or to go.
That's it. Whether to stay or to go. Ostrich, listen. We're not the family for you at all. I can't cook, and I can't sew, and I can't...
Jean, stop that.
Well, I was just trying to tell you.
Listen, we're sane, mature people, aren't we?
Are we?
I'm going to settle this right now. Right now.
Bart, where are you going?
To open the front door. Now, you infernal, long-necked imitation of a feathered friend. Get the devil out of here. Do you hear me? Get out!
Bart, it's going. Bart, it's gone.
Well, what do you know?
But where?
Quick, the window. Look, it's crossing the street.
Climbing the stairs of the Johnson house.
It's tapping on the door.
Bart, Mrs. Johnson's opening the door. And there it goes in. It's gone into the Johnson house.
Well, that explains it.
What?
It had the wrong address.
Bart, I was just thinking.
What?
I think the ostrich made a mistake to move over to the Johnson's house.
Mistake?
Yes, they're such a large family.
Well?
And I hear they're always running out of meat ration points.
Oh.
Poor ostrich.
All right, so you're defaulting, causing fire and causing an electric that drains power from your battery. The wires and cables in your car should be examined and checked by a responsible serviceman. Drive into your local car dealer, your serviceman, or any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations. Ask them to replace worn spark plug wires with new Autolite Steel Ductor, now available for cars and trucks. Autolite Steel Ductor was developed by ignition engineers, men who, from experience, know how to make automotive wire and cable that will give the longest and best service. Have the wiring in your car checked tomorrow. If sections are worn, burnt out, or faulty, replace with Autolite wire and cable. Remember, the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. Now, Mr. Coleman again.
The soldier in a military hospital was restless and unhappy. There were so many things he wanted to tell his girl. Things about his experiences overseas, about his trip home, and how much he missed her. The Red Cross grey lady stopped beside his bed. Was there anything she could do for him? Yes, there was something. These bandages. She could write a letter for him to his girl. He hadn't been getting his mail answered lately, not since that last combat mission over enemy territory. The Red Cross grey lady looked at him and smiled. Of course she'd write a letter for him. She'd write as many as he wanted every day of the week. You see, that's what she was there for.
Mr. Coleman, the circuit is through now.
Thank you. And now, Joan Bennett, close your eyes, twirl the globe, put your finger somewhere in the Pacific, and you're right on the speck in the map where two boys of the United States Army Air Forces are standing by their shortwave receiver.
Shall I hold my breath, Ronnie?
Yes, just take a good deep one and put on these earphones. Ready?
Ready.
Here we go. This is Ronald Coleman and Joan Bennett calling a base somewhere in the Pacific. Come in, fellows. Come in. This is Hollywood calling. Come in, boys.
Okay, Hollywood. This is Lieutenant Bill Larson speaking.
Hello, Bill. Is Sergeant Frank Stella with you?
Are you kidding, Mr. Coleman? You didn't think I'd miss this, did you?
Hello. Hello there, Sergeant.
Just call me Stella. Everybody does.
Hello, fellows.
Hello, Miss Bennett. Hey, me too, Miss Bennett.
We made some special phone calls and have messages for both you men.
Yes, Stella, we called your family in Philadelphia, and all is well on the Stella home front.
Swell. Hey, can I say hello to the folks?
Yeah, go right ahead, Stella.
Well, hello, Mom and Dad, and my stiff Louise, and my two little nephews, Joe and Vince.
That's fine, Stella.
If you don't mind, Mr. Coleman, there's some more brothers and sisters.
All right. Go on.
Well, hello to Al in the Air Forces, and Joe in the Armored Forces, and Helen in the Women's Army Corps.
Is that all of them?
Nope. Hello to Rose and Sue and Yolanda and Michael and Anthony.
That's wonderful.
And, oh, yeah, hello to Bobby.
Go on, Stella.
Well, I guess that's all. You know, us kids range from Louise 32 to Bobby 3.
Oh, that's a family to be proud of.
I just hope I didn't leave any of them out.
Stella, what do you plan to do when the war's over?
Me? Oh, just get married, settle down, and raise a family, I guess.
And you, Bill, what about you?
Well, that's good enough for me, too. After knowing Stella here, I believe in a family life. But I've got a head start. I'm already married.
Both of you are on the same boner, aren't you?
Oh, that's right. Everything's going to be okay.
All right, Bill. Say, we have a message for you, too.
We called your wife in Hilton Village, Virginia, where she's secretary to the adjutant of the Army post there. She's fine and sends her love.
Oh, hello, honey.
What'd you say, Bill?
Oh, Miss Bennett. I meant that for my wife. And if she's listening in, I want her to know how much I love her. And wherever I am on June 10th, I'll really celebrate.
June 10th. What's that, Bill?
Oh, that's our first wedding anniversary. You see, I met Susie in college. She's a blonde with blue eyes. And, well, she's right here wherever I go.
Well, I'm sure she'll be glad to hear that, Bill.
Bill, you were all-state fullback in Kansas in 1940, weren't you, Bill?
Yes, sir.
I suppose football training came in handy, hmm?
Well, you know about that teamwork stuff. Well, it works.
Sure does. I like to play football, too. In the 7th Air Force, we get a lot of chances to throw forward passes in our Liberators. And we've all got the same goal, Tokyo.
And Berlin.
Well, fellas, we'd like to cheer the greatest all-star team in history, the Allied Armed Forces. All right, everybody? 3, 2, 1. Well, now, did you hear that, fellas?
We sure did, and that helped us make touchdowns.
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
Right, well, time's up, men.
We'll keep on cheering and working, boys.
Thank you, and good night.
Good night, all of you, and the Stellas in Philly.
Good night and good luck.
And God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just heard from two American boys in the Pacific. Another American soldier stationed in India recently wrote to his wife. I would like to quote from his unusual letter, which, by the way, was printed in the Woman's Home Companion. The soldier to his wife, quote, Darling, a Hindustani lad came by the other day with the usual basket of bananas and pineapples on his head. After eating half a dozen bananas on a sampling basis, I thought I'd better soothe his feelings with a little conversation. Anyway, this lad started by remarking he had a very large stomach that should be filled with rice. And his wife also had a very large stomach that should be filled with rice. I told him I, too, had a wife who needed filling with rice. His wife, he said, was a good woman, and it was a good thing to have a wife because you could send her out to carry dirt on her head and earn a rupee a day. And she could come home and cook the rice and sweep out the house. Then he wanted to know about my wife, so I showed him a picture. Very fine, he said. Can she carry dirt good? I assured him a little heatedly that she could carry just as much dirt on her head as his wife could. However, I told him she didn't very often carry dirt because she used her head for another kind of work. Abdul looked doubtful. Does she earn very many rupees to buy rice? I explained that she earned a great many rupees, but she didn't eat rice at all. Abdul looked both surprised and skeptical. Well, what does she eat then? Millets? No, I said she eats chicken and potatoes and beans and bread and cheese and fish and pie and cake. Oh, I see, Abdul exclaimed. She must have a very large stomach. Tell me more about your wife, he said, squatting on the ground. Well, I said, she's about as tall as you are and slim as a banana tree. Her legs are straighter than a bamboo shoot, and her ankles are small like those of a racehorse. Her skin is smooth like a banana skin. Abdul looked a little doubtful. Then she is a princess, he hinted. Well, yes, I said, I think she is. Abdul picked up his basket and put it on his head. How much does it cost to go to America, he wanted to know.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week we're going to have such an unusual program that I'm sure you'll want to hear about it.
But from Foxhole to Main Street, there is one book which is a source of hope and faith for all of us in these times. Of course, it is the Bible. Next week, Arch Oboler's play of living people in our time was inspired by this greatest of all testaments. As an Easter gift, the Electric Autolite Company is devoting a full half hour to this dramatization. Following the play, Dennis Day, who will be with our naval forces very shortly, will join me in season's greetings to two of our fighting men in Alaska. Our thanks to Joan Bennett for being with us tonight. And until next week, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
The appearance of service personnel on this program does not constitute endorsement of the products advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and on a live base in the Pacific. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in Spine Chillers. The Creaking Door. Manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Night. class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5 today.
Down thing, do you know that?
Well, hurry, darling. Take it easy. Well, that's the road till it ease it up a bit if you like.
It's been like this for the last hour, hasn't it? I can't see it easing up. What's the time?
Yeah, watch has stopped. 10 o'clock it says, but it was that at least half an hour ago.
Well, we can forget about getting home early tonight.
Well, the farmers will be pleased.
Hey, look. Someone's decided to wait till the storm has passed over a bit.
That car at the side of the road, you mean?
Yes.
There's someone standing there, isn't there?
He looks like it. He's flagging us down. What shall I do?
Trouble by the looks of things. Yes, look, he's been trying to fix a puncture.
It could be a trick, couldn't it?
You mean a hold-up? I don't think so, darling.
You always were a trusting so. Anyway, we'll see what he wants.
Here he comes. He's in uniform.
Yes, it's a railway uniform.
I'm so pleased you stopped. I'm having a bit of trouble.
Puncher?
Yes, the spare's left. I've been stuck here for half an hour. You're the first car that's come along.
Oh, you better get in. Oh, my name's Michael Wright. This is my wife, Pamela.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, and that's no error. Bill Evans is my name.
Well, now, where do you want to be, Bill?
Well, I'm on the railway. I suppose you can see that. Should have been at the station half an hour ago.
Which station is that?
Rossiter Station. It's about 10 miles from here.
Okay, you just show me how to get there. We'll give you a lift.
That's very kind of you. You turn off to the right about a mile ahead. Station.
Oh, I see. It's miles from anywhere, isn't it?
There's the local farmers, mainly. Look, why don't you shelter here a while, Mr. Wright? I mean, if the storm's got worse, if anything. It's warm and dry in the waiting room, and I could offer you a cup of tea.
Well, that's very kind of you, Bill.
Oh, yes, let's do that, Michael. You're tired of driving. I'd love a cup of tea.
All right, then.
Better run for it. Follow me.
Right.
Through there.
Come on, darling. Hey, I'm soaked. Oh, so are you, Pam.
Oh, never mind. It's better than driving through that horrible storm all the while.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll make the tea. Let's hope there's some milk left.
Okay. What's the matter, darling? You're shivering. Oh, have you caught a cold, do you think?
Oh, I'm all right, just relief, I think. I hate driving in weather like this. Rain, thunder. I imagine all sorts of terrible accidents.
Why didn't you say? We know how to stop.
But I know you prefer to keep going. I'm glad we've stopped, really.
You look a bit feverish to me. Here, let me feel your forehead. You're quite hot, you know. I think you've got a temperature.
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing a cup of tea won't fix.
Funny little place, isn't it? Rossiter. I never heard of it, have you?
Never. But I don't know this area well, in any case.
You know, I think our friend Bill is the only one here. He must be booking clerk, porter, and station master rolled into one.
There. Sorry I took so long.
I'm afraid the milk was finished, but, well, I thought seeing as it's so cold, you might like to have a drop of something stronger.
Oh, that's marvelous, Bill. That'll knock you up, Doctor.
Not feeling well, Mrs. Wright?
Oh, it's nothing.
No, the glasses aren't very dainty, but they're clean. Here we are, then. Cheers.
Ah, thanks. Here's to one.
I've been at Rossiter ever since. I do everything here. And I like it. Another drop, Michael?
Just a little bit. I've got to drive, remember? Yeah, you can't be far off midnight, can it? Whoever thought we'd spend the night in a railway station, eh, darling?
What time is it, Bill?
I'll have a look in a minute. The clock's through there. Can't be 12 yet, though. The express goes through at 12. We'll hear the bells. There's the warning bells at about 10:02. And I have to nip down to the signal box at the end of the platform and clear the line for it. Another drink, Mrs. Wright?
Well, not for me. I'm feeling much better, though, Michael.
Good. Must have just been the rain. Rossiter. You know, I thought I didn't know the place, but the name rings a bell now.
Big smash here 5 years ago. In all the papers. Maybe that's where you know the name from.
I remember. I do remember.
Anybody for another drink? That's the last of the bottle we've just had, I'm afraid.
I'd like another, Bill. Have you got any more?
Yeah, there's another bottle where this one came from. I'll go and get it.
Well, getting into the spirit of the party, eh, darling?
Listen, Michael. I got him out of the room deliberately.
Never for. Ah, you want to tell me how much you love me?
I remember this accident here 5 years ago. Do you?
Vaguely. A lot of people killed, I remember.
That's right, but do you remember what caused the accident?
No. Who cares anyway?
I remember the accident very well. And the station master was drunk, darling. He was drunk. He didn't work the signals properly or something, but he was to blame for the smash, don't you see?
See what?
This chap's the station master, too, and it's the same time of the year. And he's been drinking.
Oh, well, don't worry, Pam. I'll see that history doesn't repeat itself.
Not that. I mean, it's not history. I'm so confused, but why don't we know what time it is? I mean, why did my watch stop?
You forgot to wind it, I suppose. What are you getting at, Pam?
This man's name is Evans, isn't it? Bill Evans.
That's right. Nice fellow, too. I'm having a ball.
The more I think about this smash 5 years ago, the more I remember. The station master who was to blame never came to trial for his part in it.
Well, they must have decided it wasn't his fault.
No, it wasn't that. He committed suicide.
So?
Don't you see what I'm trying to tell you? His name was Evans. The same as this man. Evans, darling. Evans.
Another bottle left.
Oh, good, Bill, good.
How long did you say you'd been working here at Rossiter, Bill?
Too long. Here you are, Mrs. Wright.
Thanks.
Are you the only one who works here, Bill?
That's right. I told you. I'm Jack of all trades.
And supposing you're sick or out of action or something?
Mustn't get sick, must I? And for you, Mr. Wright?
Thanks, Bill. No more for me.
Come on. Just a drop.
Fine. Not too much. How about yourself?
In a minute. One or two things I have to go and check before the express comes through. I won't be long. Just got to phone through. Won't be long.
Darling, what's happening?
There's nothing happening. He's not a ghost, if that's what you're worried about. Ghosts don't drink and get drunk and talk as rationally as he does.
Oh, how do you know? How many ghosts have you spoken to?
Come off it, Pam. Look, you caught a bit of a chill in the rain and you're imagining things.
What am I imagining? His name is Bill Evans. He told us that himself, so I'm not imagining that. And it's July, the middle of July, just the same as it was 5 years ago. That's not imagination, is it? And he's been drinking. It's just the same as it was.
It's coincidence.
And how do we know how ghosts behave? All right, so you don't believe in ghosts. Neither do I. You say it's coincidence. Well, it's too much of a coincidence. And he seems strange to me. He seems odd.
He's perfectly normal, darling, really.
Oh, right. Well, it was an express train due at midnight.
Well, that's the same. We know that. What caused the smash?
I don't remember it. Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, my God.
Yes, I remember now. Yes, of course. It had been raining heavily, hadn't it?
Yes, that's right. And there'd been a washaway on the line about 5 miles from here.
Yes.
This station was the last point, the last signal point, which could have stopped the train. Oh, Johnny, I'm scared.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Oh, that could be a coincidence, too. Rain isn't uncommon at this time of the year, you know. Now, the station master was drunk, wasn't he?
It's the same. It's all the same.
Now, pull yourself together, Pam. There must be something different. Wait a minute. They must phone through from the point further up the line, mustn't they? Yes, they do. That's it. Now, that's something that's different. I remember on the night of the smash, the storm had been very heavy, just like tonight.
Just like tonight?
Yes, but there's one big difference, my darling. On that night 5 years ago, the storm damaged the phone lines. Telephone lines were down. That's why it was all left up to the station master who was drunk.
Yes, that's right, I remember.
Well, the phone lines aren't down tonight, are they? You heard Bill say the warning bell. It'll go any minute.
But that isn't the phone line, is it?
Well, same thing. Now, do you feel better?
Michael, I feel... You're right, I suppose. It is just coincidence. Well, the phone must be all right, mustn't it?
I'll lay odds that's just what Bill's gone to do now. Phone through to the other station further up the line. You'll see. Just a string of coincidences.
And the name?
Evans isn't an uncommon name, is it, my dear? Bill Evans, there must be thousands of them.
Yes, I think so.
Any alarm bell yet? What?
Any bell? Did the bell ring?
No, not yet. Anything wrong?
Creaking storm. The phone lines are down.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well, who would have guessed it? The phone lines are down. I always say there's nothing like a good storm and a disrupting of communications for making things easier for the ghosts to walk. Don't you agree?
The phone lines? You mean the station's cut off?
That's right. I can't get through.
Oh, it's just the same. It's the same.
What are you going to do now, Bill?
No, it's not all that serious, really. Only if something's wrong on the line. No reason to suppose there should be, but, well, we always play it safe. I'll better go to the signal box.
Play it safe? You mean you're going to stop the train?
There's a direct line through the signal box from the station up the line. It's 10 to 1, that'll be all right. I'll check from there.
Oh, there's going to be an accident. It's just like 5 years ago. I know it.
I won't be long. Just keep your fingers crossed that the line to the signal box is still okay. Otherwise, we'll have to disrupt the railway services and stop the express.
You see, Michael, he is a ghost. He must be. I wonder what's happened to the rail station master. He's going to go to an accident this
For
one.
heaven's sake, relax, darling. Even if he is a ghost, which he isn't, what could he do? He can't go out and dig the track up and cause a smash that way. There can't be an accident unless there's something wrong on the line.
How do we know there isn't? The storm, the rain. 5 years ago there was a wash away. How do you know it's not the same tonight?
Because things don't happen that way. 5 years ago, there was a weakness somewhere. The rain caused the earthwork to give way. Now, don't you think the authorities will have made quite sure that that can't happen again, however severe the storm?
I don't know. I don't know what to think.
What do you want me to do?
I think you should go after him. I think you should be with him.
Good heavens, what on earth for?
But he might be able to prevent something terrible happening.
But nothing can happen, Pam. I've told you.
Please, Michael, for my sake.
All right, if it'll make you feel better. Now, will you be all right, yeah?
I don't know who that man is or what he is, but there's something strange going on tonight.
How about it now? That light must be the signal box. Okay. He's got a vivid imagination, all right. Ghosts don't behave like he's behaving, I'm sure of that. What? What's that? Hello?
Over here.
Bill?
Over here. I've hurt my leg.
Bill, what happened?
It's my leg. The rain platform was slippery. Maybe the drink, I don't know. I slipped. I've hurt my leg. What's funny?
Bill, I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. It's relief, I suppose.
Oh.
Look, I'll get you back to the waiting room. One thing's certain now. I haven't had much to do with ghosts, but I'm sure they don't fall and break their legs. Oh, yeah, Bill, it's not much of a splint. It'll ease things until Pam can get you to the hospital. How far is it?
Not far.
You all right, darling?
I'm fine now. Don't worry about me. I'll get into the hospital all right.
You know what has to be done, Michael?
I think so. Now, check the line is clear and make the signal go.
That's right. There's nothing to it.
No, don't you worry, Bill. Come on, Pam. Just give me a hand. We'll get in the car. All right.
Is that you, Bill? You sound different.
No, Bill's sick. I'm filling in.
Oh. Dirty night, isn't it?
It certainly is. Ah, so good. Now, first from the right, Bill said. What on earth?
The express through yet?
Not yet.
Oh, thank goodness I got here in time. About your husband.
Don't worry about Michael. He's resourceful. He'll manage.
Well, he's not far now. See that turning to the left?
I see it.
Yeah, turn there. It's about a quarter of a mile down. On the railways, you can see that, can't you?
The uniform? Yes, of course.
Then do as I tell you.
I'll wash away, you
3 miles down the line, the whole cutting's caved in. If the express isn't stopped at Rossiter, there'll be a terrible accident. Stand over there.
Right.
There she comes now.
Can you stop it in time?
Thank heavens, yes. Now then. All signals red. Stop the train. That's it. All signals red.
She's closer.
She'll stop. She'll stop in the station. It'll be all right this time. It'll be all right.
but your leg was such a relief.
A relief?
I don't know what it was. My watch stopped. I was feeling a bit feverish, perhaps. I don't know, but everything seemed the same.
Hey?
The smash 5 years ago. Well, that was at this time of the year, wasn't it? And the names are the same.
The name?
Well, the station master then was called Evans, wasn't he?
Oh, I see. Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. No relation. Evans is a common name, I suppose. Oh, don't tell me you thought that...
I really feel silly about it now, but relieved, too. Well, it was the storm, you see, and everything was the same.
Well, I'm no ghost, Mrs. Wright. And I think I've got a broken leg to prove it.
There's been a washaway. The line's blocked.
A washaway? Who's this? This is the Express, you know. Here, you're not a railway man.
No, I'm not.
Well, then?
It's a long story, but there would have been a smash-up if I hadn't stopped you. Look, ask the old man. That's right, isn't it? What happened? Where's the old man? He's disappeared.
Oh, here's his bed. Oh, he's fine.
Hello. Well, the hero himself.
Oh.
It's nice to see you.
How's the leg?
Oh, coming on fine, thank you. It'll be a bit before I'm up again, though. Well, I read all about it in the papers, but tell me what happened.
Oh, Bill, there's nothing to tell, really. It wasn't me. It was the old fellow, the railway worker.
Go on.
Well, I checked that the line was clear like you told me to. I got the go-ahead, and I was going to signal the train through when the door burst open and this chap came in. He told me there'd been a washaway. He actually threw the signal. He stopped the train. He's the one who should have got all the congratulations, not me.
I didn't hear about this railway man.
No, they didn't mention it in the papers.
What did he look like?
Well, now, about 50, I'd say. Going grey.
And a beard? Did he have a little beard?
Yes, that's right. Now you mention it. Yes, of course he did. You must know him, I suppose.
I never met him.
Well, then who is he?
Oh, like I told you, I'm the only one working on the railways around here. It's a lonely spot.
But I don't understand.
I think I do. I've just remembered something. It was raining cats and dogs outside that signal box. And he'd obviously come through the rain. His uniform was quite dry. Dusty, in fact.
I don't believe in ghosts either, Mrs. Wright. But I'll bet if you ask him his name, he would have told you he was Evans.
You don't mean...
Evans. The man who was responsible for the smash 5 years ago. He was making amends, you see. I hope he rests peacefully now.
So who was it that stopped the train? You see, the thing that has me confused is that we've got old Bill Evans with us. Here, behind the creaking door. And he swears he knows nothing about it.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Hangtree Affair.
It was boredom that got Lee Ryan into it in the first place. His train out of Chicago for the West Coast was moving slow, with further delays expected because of the snowstorms ahead. Yes, he was bored and impatient. His last business venture in Chicago hadn't paid off too well, and he looked forward to his arrival in California and the prospects of a deal worthy of his talent. Lee decided that the club car might help pass the time. It did. The car was crowded, and he found himself sitting with a talkative man who seemed to know many things about many people, including a number of their fellow passengers. He was a reporter, a man whom Lee had known casually over a period of years. A reporter who apparently loved to report, and he talked to Lee confidentially as if to his city editor.
Oh, you picked a great choo-choo, Lee. Yes, sir. I'm glad I'm getting off. You can carry on for me.
How do you mean?
Well, you can follow my boy, Jeff Larkin. There's no story there as far as my newspaper concerned. The city editor's washing it up.
Larkin? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I bet he looks that way, too. Hey, right over there with that girl.
Oh, she's not bad.
Huh? Oh, she's just like all the rest. Hanging around him thinking he's going to get that money.
Money?
Oh, you didn't recognize him, eh? An ex-con. But I knew him when he was a big, big man.
In whose league?
Anybody's. Time it happened, he was the brain.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they say. He'd planned the robberies, and his partner, Noisy Nevins, pulled them off. Oh, great team, great team.
Noisy Nevins, huh? The nitroglycerin artist.
Yeah. Oh, Noisy could blow a safe door off clean as a housewife and open a can of peas.
Oh, sure, now I'm with you.
They used to work together. But the last big job they pulled, a $100,000 bank job. Larkin got careless. He also got 5 years.
Who got the $100,000?
Oh, it disappeared, and so did Nevins. That's why I've been tagging Larkin around ever since he walked out of that pen 6 months ago.
Your paper figured he'd meet Nevins, split the dough.
That's right. Only my paper was wrong. Larkin knows from nothing where that dough is.
And Noisy?
Oh, he's quiet now as they get. And permanent, too.
Oh.
Yeah, got that way about a month ago. I think it was an auto accident out in Frisco. It was too bad. Nevins was probably the only guy in the world who knew where that money was.
You figure he stashed it away somewhere?
Right. Absolutely right. $100,000, and it stays stashed.
Well, that poor girl wasting her time with Larkin. Somebody should tell her.
Yes, $100,000. Unmarked bills.
Negotiable as a mud puddle and a pogo stick.
Uh-huh. Say, you know what's a funny thing? Why, when I was a kid, I could never manage one of those things.
Oh, no?
No.
Well, I was pretty good.
Oh, you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, I'll be seeing you, pal. Happy as scoop.
Well, don't worry about me. I'm getting off the next stop. My best to Larkin if you should run into him.
Yeah, I'll remember. And I just might run into him.
Interesting, isn't it, Lee? A man with $100,000. Only he doesn't know where it is. It was hidden away by a partner who's dead now. All very interesting. Yes. And you think about it a lot after you leave your reporter friend in the club car. Wonder if he's right. If that girl really is going to be disappointed. It's hours later that you feel the train grind to a stop. Glance out of your compartment to see that you've pulled onto a siding at a small town station.
Porter, what's wrong? Why are we stopping?
It won't be for long, sir. It's just the snow.
Oh, yes.
There's time to get off for a while if you want to. Some of the passengers are. We'll be here about 'em now.
Oh, thank you. I don't think I'll bother.
Instead of leaving the train, you walk back to the observation platform. Stand there, looking off toward the few lights of the small, slumbering town of Springdale. You find yourself wondering about Jeff Larkin again and the girl. And then as the train is ready to move on, you see her, approaching alone from the direction of town. It's a chance to speak to her, isn't it, Lee? On impulse, you decide to take it. You start for the boarding platform at the end of the car and reach it as she comes up the steps.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's all right.
Oh, no, you've dropped your purse. Here.
Please, never mind.
I insist.
You bend down quickly, begin to retrieve the articles that are spilled from her purse. One you can't help noticing. It's a picture postcard addressed to Mr. Jeff Larkin. General Delivery, Chicago.
Give me that. Give it to me.
Why, certainly. Here you are.
Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Thank you very much.
Afraid your boyfriend might miss you?
My boyfriend? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. I just thought you were kind of chummy with a fellow in the club car.
You're mistaken. Someone happened to sit with me because the car was crowded.
Oh, sure. That's happened to me, too. Forget it.
There's nothing to forget. Good night.
Night.
She wasn't very cooperative, was she, Lee? And you wonder why. Wonder also about the card addressed to Larkin. Why she got so excited about it. The next morning, following the stop at Denver, you find out.
Yes, conductor?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Ryan, but we've been questioning all the passengers.
Questioning them? About what?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Lieutenant Knowles, Denver Police.
Lieutenant?
To explain quickly, Mr. Ryan, a man a few compartments down from you has been murdered.
On this train?
No, happened at a place called Springdale.
When we pulled into a siding, Mr. Ryan.
Oh, I remember. We stopped for about an hour.
Yeah, that's the place.
During that hour, the victim, a man named Jeff Larkin.
Larkin?
You know him?
Oh, no, I've heard of him, that's all.
Just a lot of people have. Anyway, Larkin got off the train for some reason and never got back on. His body was found a short time later in an alley at the edge of town. He'd been shot.
Poor devil.
We've been trying to find someone who got off with him or talked to him just before. No luck so far.
But now, the young lady in 29, Miss Clinton, says she spoke to Larkin earlier in the club car. But that's the last she saw of him.
Oh, she didn't get off at Springdale?
No. She says she stayed in her compartment the whole time.
I see.
And you, Ryan?
Well, I walked back to the observation car. I was there, 20 minutes or so.
But you didn't observe anything?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I didn't observe a thing.
With the prologue of the Hangtree Affair, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Recently, I was looking at one of the newly announced 1949 cars. As the salesman pointed out the air conditioner and the front seat that drops back to make a bed, I couldn't help thinking it's the trend of really modern products to do more than is primarily expected of them. Just as Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil does so much more than just lubricate. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base, the finest money can buy. But in addition, Signal Premium Oil contains scientific compounds that go to work inside your motor, doing jobs that regular oil alone can never do. One compound, for instance, washes out accumulated carbon gum and varnish. Another compound guards expensive bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds keep the oil from thinning and prevent excessive foaming. No wonder Signal Premium is the oil that guarantees a sweeter running motor. So next time you change oil, have your Signal dealer put in the modern type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Lee, you don't have to wonder anymore about the girl you saw with Jeff Larkin. It all fits, doesn't it? The reporter's story about that $100,000 hidden away. Larkin's death in a deserted alley back in Springdale. The girl's claim that she didn't see Larkin leave the train. And that she herself didn't get off. You know different, don't you, Lee? And the knowledge gives you absolute confidence when you reach Los Angeles. Check into the same hotel that she does. And then half an hour later, call her room.
Hello?
Hello, Julie.
Who is this?
Oh, friend of yours, a good friend. We, met on the train.
The train? I didn't meet anyone who
Well, you met Jeff Larkin, Julie. You got real chummy. Like I once said.
Oh.
Well, you still there, Julie?
Yes.
Well, stay there, huh? I'm coming down to your room so we can talk.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, you wait a minute, Julie. That's all it'll take me. Well, the name is Lee Ryan. And, Julie...
Yes.
I like my martinis very dry.
Well, don't expect too much, Mr. Ryan. I haven't any ice.
No, give me that. So far, it's all you've had. Just, use that cold shoulder of yours. Have it right down.
I don't do this for everybody, Mr. Ryan.
I don't lie for everybody.
Really, you're mistaken about that.
Oh, is that so? Yeah, the drink looks good. I think yours looks better. Let's switch, shall we?
Crazy, Suits me.
Oh, good. Now, the business at hand, Julie.
Sounds terribly boring.
Oh, I'm not nearly as bored as I was when I started this trip. Things are beginning to look up. That's why I didn't tell that police detective that you got off that train. I couldn't resist a certain possibility.
Namely?
That you know something. Look, I don't care about Larkin. What were you after? What's that address unknown, Julie? That spot where Evans stashed that $100,000. Hey, I got it.
What have you got, Mr. Ryan?
The, postcard, that picture on it. Someplace up north. Mother Lode Country, Silver City, wasn't it?
You're talking thick, Mr. Ryan.
Hey, what did you do? What did you put in my drink? I'm getting dizzy. Julie!
I had you figured perfectly, smart boy. You shouldn't have switched seats with me. But you'll be all right.
Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, are you all right? Should I get the doctor?
No, doctor. I'm okay. Where is she?
The young lady who called about you? She's gone, checked out.
Gone where?
She was going to catch a train, I believe. I'm not sure. She was just leaving her room when she saw you out here in the hall.
Well, give me a plane schedule. I want to go to Silver City.
Silver City? I don't believe the plane's landed.
All right, they'll get me close enough. I'll go if I have to crawl the rest of the way.
Yes, sir. Anything you say.
the stage goes, mister. Silver City.
Here's your drink, mister.
Thanks.
Like I was saying, Silver City's real quiet during the day, but it'll open up round sundown. That's when the boys start drifting in from Hangtree. Oh, say, you was asking me about the stage. There she is, just pulled up in front of the hotel. You wouldn't be waiting for that little lady with the suitcase just got off, would you?
I sure would, Pop.
Classy. Oh, here's your change. I gave you some silver in case you want to play the slot machine.
Oh, there's no need to. I just hit the jackpot.
As you sit there at the bar, watch Julie enter the hotel across the street. You congratulate yourself, don't you, Lee? Your trip to Silver City paid off, with a bigger payoff yet to come. A quarter of an hour later, you see Julie leave the hotel. Watch her as she enters a cafe halfway down the block. Quickly, you leave the bar and hurry into the hotel.
Say, clerk, I've been expecting someone, a young lady. She was supposed to arrive on the bus.
Oh, Miss Clayton. Why, yes, she checked in a little while ago. A roommate.
Oh, good.
But she ain't in now.
Oh, well, I'll see you later. Say, let me have your pass key, will you? I've left my key in my room. I'll bring it right back.
Well, okay. Just a second. I'll get it for you.
Moments later, you slip into Julie's room. Quickly, you go through her suitcase and pocket the gun. Then, as you turn, your eye catches sight of something on the dresser. It's the postcard, the same one Julie dropped on the train. The card addressed to the late Jeff Larkin. It boasts a picture of historic Hangtree Cemetery of Silver City. On the back, you can barely make out the handwriting.
Dear Jeff, be sure to look me up. You're out this way. Hope to see you soon. Johnny Burgess. Johnny Burgess? I gotta know more about him.
Burgess?
Yeah.
Well, how do you like that? Your friend was in here asking about him.
My friend?
Mm-hmm. The lady got off the bus a little while ago. Asked me if Johnny Burgess had been in lately. You know something? Johnny Burgess died over 50 years ago.
What?
Yeah. Silver Johnny, they called him. Big man.
Another big man?
Yes, sir. Owned the mine. Town, too. Yes, sir. You been out to the cemetery?
The cemetery?
Johnny's got the fanciest resting place of them all. Heard it cost over $10,000. Big granite crypt, got a life-size statue of Johnny on top, and... What's the matter, young fella?
Oh, nothing. Look, how do you get out there to the cemetery?
Oh, easy. Just go right down the end of C Street here, then turn left by the Signal Oil Station, go up the road. You'll see a tree top of the hill, that old Hangtree. Right beyond it, other side of the hill, real handy like's the cemetery.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot.
You're out of breath when you finally reach the old cemetery. As you start down the hill, you notice a handful of people moving about the tombstones. Tourists, Lee. Yes, they're all about you, peering at the time-worn inscriptions on the tombstones, taking snapshots. Then you notice someone else. Yes, there she is, standing before a massive vault, staring at the statue on top of it.
Quite a gent, wasn't he, Julie?
What?
Don't look so surprised, baby.
Oh. What are you doing here?
I'm writing a book on the Old West. Now, what are you doing here?
You won't believe this.
I'll try.
I'm writing a book, too.
About Johnny Burgess?
That's right.
Yeah, a remarkable character, Burgess. I understand that broken-down pile of rocks there, that crypt, cost $10,000.
I must make a note of it.
Doesn't look much like anything now, does it? Overrun with the weeds and all. That lock on the door doesn't look very good to me, does it to you?
I'm not an expert on locks.
You know, from here it looks like it could be forced with a marshmallow. I wonder what's inside. That is, besides Johnny Burgess, I mean.
I wouldn't have the faintest idea.
Look, baby, Our tourist friends are going to be parked here all afternoon, if I'm not mistaken, so why don't we go back to town? Talk.
About the romantic old West and all?
No, about this. This postcard. And Johnny Bridges' crypt.
Where'd you get that postcard?
I happened to wander into your room. It was quite accidental, really. I was looking for the elevator.
May I have it, please?
Well, sure. Now, let's go back to town, find some place nice and private. Your room at the hotel will do.
You know, Lee, you're a pretty smart boy.
Oh, thanks, honey. It was really very simple. Nevin sent the card to Larkin to let him know where the dough was stashed. Hangtree Cemetery. The $100,000 hidden in that vault. The final resting place of Silver Johnny Bridges. Give me a cigarette, will you?
Help yourself.
Thank you. You been to Frisco?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a great town. We could have a wonderful time there, Julie.
Could we?
Yeah, besides, we'll be rolling in dough.
Lee.
Yeah.
Just where do we stand? I mean about the...
We're partners, honey. We're partners.
I see. You'll have to give me a little time to think it over.
Oh, sure. You know, there's one little thing I've been wondering about you, Julie. How'd you break into this affair? You're not Larkin's girlfriend. You picked him up on the train, didn't you?
That's unkind.
Oh. So you and Noisy Nevins used to hold hands.
So we did. I met him in San Francisco while Larkin was in prison.
You must have discovered that your boyfriend sent word to Larkin when he got out. About where the dough was, I mean.
Something like that.
But Nevins didn't tell you where it was.
He was not very cooperative at times, Lee.
Yeah? I bet you even suggested Nevins double-cross Larkin so that the two of you could have all the dough.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
Well, Nevins wouldn't hear of it. He was one of those honest people, code of the underworld and all that. Funny, I thought he'd do anything I asked him.
Except double-cross an old pal.
Noisy seemed to think we could get along with half the money. Said he didn't deserve any more. Opening safe came so easy to him.
Yeah, to him and his nitro. So when Nevins was killed in that accident, you saw that half go out the window. You didn't know where it was hidden, but Larkin did. He'd get it all. So...
Do we have to go into that part of it?
No, I guess not. We'll forget about it. We'll forget about everything except that in another half hour it'll be dark. And then we have a date with Johnny Bridges.
And $100,000.
Yeah, we can be in Frisco by morning. What do you say?
Oh, I don't know, Lee.
I can talk you into it. I know.
Can you? Well, keep talking, Lee. And they bye.
A half hour later, as you step out into the street, you suddenly discover that Silver City has come alive. The main street is swarming with men from the mines. As you walk past the saloons, the cafes, and stores, you can hear the shouts, the laughter, jukeboxes, and player pianos. You walk to the edge of town, stop, and stare at the hill beyond. Hangtree silhouetted against the sky. For a long while you stand there, trying to make up your mind about Julie. After all, Lee, she killed once. At last you turn and hurry back along the crowded street. In one of the saloons, you get the information that you want.
What's that again, mister?
The bus. What time?
Oh, yeah. There's one due there in, let me see, about another half hour.
Thanks.
You can catch it over there.
Yeah, I know. Not say, is there a phone in here?
Yeah, right back there, end of the bar.
Thanks.
You push your way through the crowd to the rear of the saloon, to the telephone booth, and place your call.
Hello?
It's all set, baby. Still want to go to Frisco?
Of course I do.
All right. Forget the stuff and leave tonight. Now, you wait for me. Stay right where you are. I'll pick you up in about 10 minutes.
I'll be waiting.
Look, Sheriff, you can check on this later, but an ex-con named Larkin was murdered in Springdale 5 days ago.
Wait a minute. Who is
You'll
it?
find the murder gun at the Elmira Hotel in room 8. It's under a seat cushion, a chair by the window. You'll also find the dame there who pulled the trigger.
Now, hold on here. Who is it? Hello? Hello? Who?
Bye-bye, baby. I'm going to miss you in Frisco.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since there are only 5 shopping days till Christmas, I have a brilliant last-minute idea. I hope there are no little boys listening, because what I want to suggest is that there is no finer present than a switch for that forgotten name on your gift list. The forgotten name I'm referring to is your car, and the switch I'm suggesting is a switch to Signal. You know that Signal gasoline must have something. For Signal to have grown so in popularity from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 Signal dealers, serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Of course, I don't have to tell you that Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But even more important to you is the extra driving pleasure you enjoy, thanks to the extra efficiency today's Signal coaxes from your motor. So if you want your gas pedal to keep that Christmas morning thrill year-round, remember Marvin Miller's suggestion. Give your car a switch for Christmas. A switch to Signal gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
After 12 hours and several long-distance calls, Sheriff McQuinn of Silver City was prepared to do some questioning. He talked to Lieutenant Knowles in Denver and to the San Francisco police. Now at last he felt that the puzzle was beginning to fit together. All that remained was to walk through the quiet early morning gloom to the cell occupied by his angry, impatient prisoner.
It's about time you're talking to me. What's it all about? You can't hold me here like this.
Now, just take it easy, lady. I can, and I'm doing it.
But I haven't...
Sit down. I've been making some phone calls. Picked up lots of things about you.
What of it?
In San Francisco, they tell me you used to run around with Noisy Nevins.
So?
So, that's very interesting. Add it to the gun you were carrying around, and it could spell a murder in Springdale.
You'll have to prove that.
Lieutenant Knowles thinks he can. The caliber of the gun, you know, ballistics, and then the motive. All that money.
I don't know anything about it.
Sure, you don't know a thing.
Why don't you ask Lee Ryan?
We don't have to, lady. We're satisfied with what happened to him last night was Nevin's work. Just like a hand from the grave. A double-crossing hand.
What do you mean?
Out at the cemetery, when your friend Ryan tried breaking into Silver Johnny's last resting place. Yeah, Noisy Nevins was an expert with TNT. He wasn't planning to share that dough with anybody. He set a booby trap to kill his old pal Larkin. But Ryan got it instead.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Doris Singleton. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian Jondeau, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's now time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And here's an important announcement for Whistler fans in California only. Beginning next Sunday, January 2nd, due to California's going off daylight saving time, the Whistler will be heard in California only 1 hour earlier, from 8:30 until 9. Remember the change in time. In California only, the Whistler will be heard at a new time, from 8:30 till 9. In other states, the Whistler will be heard at the same time as always. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Delayed Christmas Present.
Christmas was really over, for it was 1 o'clock in the morning at Pete's Cantina, a tough little night spot on the outskirts of Panama City. But the melody lingered on. You could hear the chimes of the big church a block away playing Adeste Fidelis. There was practically no business. 4 hostesses, all Americans, were sitting drearily at the far end of the ballroom near the bar. One of them, Mary Winslow, billed as Candy Porter, just sat gazing drearily into space, thinking bitterly of a past from which for a while there had seemed no escape. But for 5 months now she'd been relatively safe. No one had been around asking any questions. As Candy Porter, blues singer, Mary Winslow had found a kind of security, not a happy security, for she was far away from home. And as the chimes became silent, Mary wondered if it was worthwhile. Her reverie was broken up as she looked up and saw Spanish Pete, the fat, greedy owner of the cantina, approaching her table.
Candy, look, there's an American gentleman just came in. He wants to buy you some champagne. Champagne, you hear that?
Please, Pete, not tonight. It's Christmas. I'd rather be alone if you don't mind.
I do mind. Look.
All right. Let him spend his money on champagne.
Now you're smart, baby. Here he comes.
You turn and see the tall, heavy-set American approach. Suddenly you become tense. You recognize the type, don't you? After a year of running away, you've learned to spot his kind in a moment. You fight to remain calm as he reaches your table.
Sit down, Mr. Fontaine. Sit down.
Sure you don't mind, Miss Porter?
Of course not.
Thanks. In that case, I guess I will.
I'll go get the champagne. I keep him on ice. 11 years old, too.
Cigarette, Mr. Fontaine?
No, thanks.
You don't mind if I do?
Of course not. Light?
Thanks.
Strange, spending Christmas so far away from home.
Mm-hmm. How come?
Business. Important business.
Couldn't it wait?
No. This business means a lot to the people I work for.
Well, here's what you say, bubble water. From Marseille, 13 years old.
You said 11.
That was from Le Havre. This is even better. Now I put him back in the ice. You want some more? You just call Pete. I got another one on ice just like him.
Well, I guess it's kind of late to wish you a Merry Christmas, Miss Porter. So I guess I'd better just say season's greetings. Anyway, here's luck.
Here's hoping you find whatever you came here after.
I've already found what I came after.
I'm glad.
I hope you will be.
Why shouldn't I be?
Because I came after you, Mary Winslow.
With the prologue of Delayed Christmas Present, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, since this is Christmas weekend, I want to thank you for inviting us of the Whistler cast into your home on this special occasion. During the 6 consecutive years that the Whistler has been broadcast by Signal Oil Company, many of us have had the pleasure of celebrating Christmas with many of you a number of times. And believe me, we feel it a real honor that you consider us a part of your entertainment family. Tonight, on behalf of Signal Oil Company and the independent signal dealers who serve the states of California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, I want to say, we hope that your Christmas has been a merry one. May your new year be filled with peace, prosperity, and the good health with which to enjoy these blessings. And now back to the Whistler.
After a year, it doesn't seem fair, does it, Mary Winslow? After a year of hiding, using one name and then another. After 5 bitter months of singing at Pete's Cantina as Candy Porter, blues singer, this man Fontaine has come to take you back to the States to face the consequences of one horrible night. You're sure he's a detective. He couldn't be anything else. You can't run again. There's no place you could go. You've only one card left. And as you face the man across the table and listen to his even, level voice, you decide to play it. If you play it carefully, it might be an ace.
I think you know why I'm here. We're leaving in the morning for Los Angeles, Miss Winslow.
Like the billing says, my name is Candy Porter.
I know what the billing says. I know what it said in Brooklyn when you were billed as Doris Trent, in Denver when you were billed as Gladys James. But when you first took a powder out of Los Angeles, you were Mary Winslow.
You know, it's almost funny you should call me Mary Winslow. We used to work together, her and me, in the same floor show. We could have been billed as twin sisters. The customers used to mistake us for each other, too.
Now, look, Miss Winslow, let's quit kidding.
I'm not kidding. A lot of other people made the same mistake you had. And like I said, I knew Mary Winslow intimately. I think I could help you solve your case if you let me tell you about her.
Sure. Go ahead, if it'll make you feel any better.
Thanks. You see, Mary Winslow was really just a good kid that got a bad break. In love with this swell guy and scared to death of a hoodlum. She told me all about it. It's quite a story.
I'll bet it is.
Yes, it was quite a story, wasn't it, Mary? And it all began a year ago Christmas Eve at the Christmas party given by your employers in the pink room of the swank Wilchester Hotel. You really enjoyed yourself that night, didn't you? And you were quite the hit of the evening.
You sang 3 numbers and went over big. Your fellow workers didn't know your many talents. Everyone told you what a fine singer you were. And when you left, you were feeling good. So good you decided to drop into the cocktail lounge, make a phone call, and have a nightcap before going home.
Scotch and soda. Mix it.
Make mine the same, Bill. Gotcha? I heard you sing tonight. You were terrific.
Thanks.
What's the matter? Did he stand you up?
Who?
The guy you were just talking to on the phone. No, I guess he didn't stand you up.
Didn't he?
And he's on his way here right now. Yep, that's the answer. Lucky guy.
Here, folks.
Oh, take it out of here, Bill.
Now, look here,
Oh,
Mr.
take it easy. It's practically Christmas. What's the harm of my buying you one drink? Like I said, I like your voice, Miss Winslow.
Here's your change.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
You must be a detective. You know my name and everything.
No, not everything. But it wasn't any trick to find out your name. I just asked one of the boys if I was dancing with. My name's Joe Clark. Oh, I see you've never heard of me.
Should I have?
A lot of people have. Most of the boys and girls around the night spots know me.
Well, then that accounts for my ignorance. You see, I seldom haunt the night spot.
Well, you should. With a voice like yours, you could be packing them in a good nightclub.
Oh, now I get it. You're a professional talent scout, and you want to get me into the movies.
No. I'm a gambler. Shock you?
Why should it? Live and let live is my motto. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now.
What?
Live my life and let you live yours. Good night, Mr. Clark. My. Just think, tomorrow I can tell all the girls at the office I met a real live gambler.
You could tell them all a lot more than that if you believed in your voice as much as I do.
Really?
Uh-huh. You've heard of Dominguez on Sunset, out near the ocean?
It's an undercover gambling club, isn't it?
It's more than a gambling club. It's a swell floor show. A lot of big people go out there, people that count.
And they're all intimate friends of yours, I'm sure.
Not all, but I know quite a few. Could push you right to the top with that voice.
Oh, that's the oldest line I've ever heard.
It's not a line. Yeah, but skip it. Go on home. Listen to the radio. Eat candy. You can have a terrific time. You go to Dominguez with me, you can't tell what might happen. You might have to meet a couple of show producers. So play it safe and go home. It may be dull, but you'll always get to work on time.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all. Nighty-night.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Could we be back fairly early?
Leave anytime you say.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Oh, now you're making sense. I'll call a cab.
Never mind, I have a car. It's parked right around the corner.
Clark used just the right approach, didn't he, Mary? You realize you're being a fool. But as the hours pass, you tell yourself your fears are groundless. Joe treats you with perfect courtesy. You watch the gambling for a while, then proceed to the silver room and enjoy the floor show. Afterward, you have a little food and watch the dancers. Suddenly, you've had enough.
Joe, do you mind if we leave now?
I said we'd leave any time you said. What hit you? The music?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Another guy?
Another guy. My fiancé.
What happened to him?
He's in the Philippines. Research.
Chemist?
Dr. Frank Wilson, M.D. That was his car we drove out here in. He told me to keep it warm for him.
Well, too bad. We could have had a lot of fun. Well, shall we go?
Was it just the song, Mary? Or was it that uneasy feeling you have about Joe that made you want to leave so suddenly? It must have been the song. For as you're ready to leave the club grounds, Joe is still a considerate escort.
And hop in. Oh, unless you want me to drive.
I'll drive unless you mind too much.
No, I don't mind. Probably be safer, too.
For several miles, Joe says little, seems preoccupied, and you feel relieved when he breaks his rather strange silence.
Oh, say, Mary, would you mind stopping for a minute at drive-in? All of a sudden, I'm getting awful headache. Maybe I can get some aspirin.
I doubt it, but we'll give it a try.
You can keep the motor running while I'm gone. I'll only be gone a few seconds.
Okay. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Joe!
Get going.
Joe, you just shot him.
I said get going fast. There's a gun in your ribs, baby. You just saw what happened to one guy that crossed me.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Oh, you. Oh, why was I such a fool?
I'm right at the next corner. Car's been tailing us for the last half.
I'm glad. I hope it's a prowl car to save me the trouble of phoning the police.
He didn't turn, baby. You shouldn't have said what you did about phoning the cops. You better pull over and park. We got a couple of things to talk over. I said pull over. Yeah, that's better.
Please, Joe, don't kill me. I know you can do it easy, but I'll never talk about tonight.
That's the way you feel now. An hour from now, you'll feel...
Oh, no, I won't. On my word of honor. I'm making a deal with you, Joe. I'm trading you my silence for my life. I swear I won't talk about it ever.
Okay, I'll take a chance. You drove the getaway car, so we're partners now anyway. We're going to have a lot of fun together, you and me. Now, how about dropping me off at my place?
Tell me where to go.
I live about 6
After you drop Joe and you reach your apartment, you're so weak you can hardly stand. Your senses are reeling, your brain is spinning. You practically fall into bed. You try to snatch a little sleep, but sleep is impossible. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the newspaper is shoved under your apartment door. The headlines sicken you.
Driver-in operator shot and hold up, dies.
The subheadings are even worse.
Unidentified man and woman seen fleeing from scene of crime in dark green 47 model Chevrolet. Pedestrian believes he can identify both car and woman.
There it is, Mary. Hopeless, isn't it? Even if you called the police, your story would sound phony now. It's closing in on you, isn't it, Mary? Yet frightened as you are, you're certain of two things. That you're not going to become further involved with Joe Clark. And you won't allow any unfavorable publicity to fall on your absent fiancé, Dr. Frank Wilson. You were foolish to risk a life of happiness with him, weren't you? For a few moments of excitement with a gambler, a murderer like Joe Clark. But you decide there's only one thing you can do, Mary. Leave town, disappear, and never see Clark again. You dress hurriedly, packing only a few belongings, and then spend Christmas Day and night at the home of a girlfriend. The next morning, you're on an eastbound plane. 3 months later, you're singing in the Golden Lion, a prosperous little nightclub in Brooklyn, New York, where you become a featured performer under the name of Doris Trent. You're a great success under your new name. And then one night you have a visitor. You're sure it's Mr. Vern Shields, London musical comedy producer.
Come in.
Well, what do you know? Long time no see, Miss Trent. Doris Trent, it says on the program.
All right, Joe. Now that you've found me, what's on your mind?
You double-crossed me, baby.
You're crazy. That's why I left town, so I wouldn't have to talk to anybody.
But you could still write, couldn't you?
I don't get you.
That anonymous note to the police, written just after you left, telling all about that driving job. Gave the exact time, my name, where I lived, what I had on, everything. But not a word about the girl with me. Funny, huh? You're the only one that knew all of that, baby.
Oh, no, Joe, you're wrong. Believe me, I didn't write any notes.
Couldn't have been anyone else. 2 days after you left, they picked me up for questioning.
Anybody could have written a note like that. Well, one of your enemies might have wanted you out of circulation and tried to frame you.
Yeah, maybe, but I doubt it.
Joe, I didn't write it. I've kept my bargain with you 100%.
There's one way you can convince me.
How?
Marry me tonight.
Marry you?
Yeah. That way I'll be sure of you. Wives don't testify against their husbands. Besides, I'll know what you're doing all the time.
Oh, Joe, I gotta go to my show. Let's talk this over in the
Tonight
morning.
or else. You can run up to Connecticut. But go ahead, do your show. If you've got any ideas about calling in the cops, don't forget you drove the getaway car. And in case anything serious should happen to me, there's a written confession in my pocket telling exactly how you helped me pull the job. How we used your boyfriend's car. How you kept the motor on waiting for me. Your doctor would love reading about that, wouldn't he?
No. No, he wouldn't.
Then don't get funny. Go ahead and on to your show. I'll wait for you here.
You start down the hallway toward the powder room off stage. Suddenly you realize what a fool you've been. But you're not going to keep on being a fool, are you, Mary? Not with that wall telephone just 5 steps ahead of you.
Operator. Oh, operator. Get me police headquarters.
But
quick.
hang up quick, babe, and I mean quick. You should have looked around before you called. I had a hunch you'd try to double-cross me. Now I know for sure who wrote that note to the cops.
Oh, I didn't, Joe.
You just tried to call him, didn't you? All of a sudden, I've lost interest in getting married. We're just going for a little ride. Come on, babe, start walking.
No, Joe. I'm not moving a foot, not an inch. If I have to be shot, I'll take it right here. Let go of my arm.
Hey, what's going on here? Something wrong, Doris? This guy bothering you?
Yes, he is. He wants to date me. Tell him to leave, will you, Eddie?
Maybe I'd better take him into the office and call the cops.
No. Thanks, Eddie. There's no need for that. He's just another wolf. Tell him to leave. That's good enough.
You heard what the lady said, Bud. Start traveling.
Okay, chum. Anything you say. I'll see the lady later. We parked right across the street. Miss Trent.
You should have let me call the cops.
I would have if he hadn't had you covered with his gun.
Oh? Thanks, kid.
Eddie, I gotta get out of town fast.
After what you just did for me, that's a cinch. Grab some clothes while I phone my wife I'm bringing you home. We'll go out the rear entrance. My car's on the lot next door. Tomorrow I'll call a friend of mine in Denver. He'll put you to work right away. You better change your name, though.
That'll be easy. I'm getting used to it. So, Mr. Fontaine, that's where I met Mary Winslow, in Denver at the Hi-Hat Club. Billed as Gladys James. She roomed with me about 2 months, and then she left, just like that, one night when a waiter told her some guy wanted to interview her for a magazine. That's the last I ever saw of her.
That's the end of the story?
That's the end.
And Mary Winslow told you all this?
Well, we were very close friends.
Well, so you were. You expect me to believe that?
It's true, every word of it.
You know something? You ought to be writing stories for the movies.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now that Christmas shopping is out of the way for another year, most of us are figuring ways to get our badly stretched budgets back into shape, which makes now a mighty appropriate time to talk about Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Mileage, of course, is only one of the reasons that folks who insist on getting the most from each gasoline dollar choose Signal. In addition, they like the superior performance that goes hand in hand with mileage. You see, the only way today's Signal gasoline can give you such good mileage is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother power, the things that make driving more pleasure. So, among your resolutions for the new year, how about resolving to put Signal gasoline to the test in your car? See for yourself why drivers who insist on quality, as well as those with an eye for economy, are both switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Mary, it looks as though you've lost, doesn't it? That your one card wasn't enough. The man across the table, the man you're sure is a detective, who has come to take you back to Los Angeles to stand trial for a hold-up and murder you had nothing to do with, doesn't believe you, does he? And the jury in Los Angeles won't believe you either. Yes, Mary, it looks as though you've lost, but you're going to play the game to the end anyway. And as the piano player across the floor plays the tune he's played 1,000 times in the last 2 weeks, you quietly watch Fontaine and await his next word.
How long did you say you've been here?
I didn't say. I got here about 5 months ago.
Like it here?
No.
That's what I figured. Look, Miss...
Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Thanks again, Miss Porter.
Did you say Miss Porter?
That's what you said your name was, didn't you? That's what the billing says, too, isn't it?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Fontaine. Thanks for believing me.
There's just one thing I'd like to ask you, Miss.
Ask me anything.
Knowing Miss Winslow as well as you do you think she might come back to Los Angeles sometime and sort of clear things up?
I think she might. Someday. You see, a girl like Mary Winslow gets to feel kind of soiled after working around in joints like this. She'd probably want to spend a little time, maybe out in the desert, in the sunshine. Sort of freshening up before anybody she cared about.
Yeah. I guess she would. Well, this was a pretty long trip for nothing, you might say. Just one more bum steer. But I'm glad it came. I always figured that confession we found on Joe Clark was a phony.
Clark? Is Joe Clark in jail?
He's dead. The Brooklyn police got him one night about 5 months ago. Anyhow, they got the tip. A woman called the police one night from a little nightclub, the Golden Lion Club. She hung up before they answered the phone, but the Brooklyn boys decided to investigate anyway. One of them spotted Clark parking the car across the street, and he got trigger happy, and that was that.
Joe Clark. Finished.
Well, Miss Porter, if you ever run into Mary Winslow...
I'll tell her all about the Christmas present I got from a swell cop named Fontaine.
I'm not a cop, Miss Porter.
You're not? Then who are you?
I'm a private investigator, working for a guy named Wilson. Dr. Frank Wilson.
Frank Wilson?
That's right. He's in love with Mary Winslow. Doesn't care where she's been. Just wants her to come back and marry him. Well, so long, Miss Porter, and Happy New Year.
Mr. Fontaine.
Yes?
Do you think you could arrange for me to go back to the States with you?
I guess I could. I was figuring on taking one lady back. Are you going on through to Los Angeles?
Not for a while. I'd kind of like to spend a little time in the country somewhere. But I think maybe before next Christmas. Well, I think I'll find Mary Winslow again.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Now let me repeat an important announcement for Whistler fans in California only. Beginning next Sunday, January 2nd, due to California's going off daylight saving time, The Whistler will be heard in California only 1 hour earlier from 8:30 until 9. Remember the change in time in California only. The Whistler will be heard at a new time from 8:30 till 9. In other states, The Whistler will be heard at the same time as always. Featured in tonight's story were Joan Banks and Jack Petruzzi. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Gordon Hughes, with story by Edward Bloodworth and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Wahine Tahiti. Her name used to be the Bethia, but when His Majesty's Navy commissioned her, they changed her name, of course. I remember her very, very well. I remember her as we weighed anchor off St. Helens that wintry afternoon 2 days before Christmas and stood down the channel. I remember her in the howling gales north of the Horn when the wind and the icy rain fair threatened to rip the sails off her. I remember her in the flat calms of the Southern Ocean, too, with the sun starting to tar from her deck seams and 45 men, officers and able seamen and cooks and gardener and all, panting for breath between the two tropics. And I remember her burning, a broken and looted wreck on the beach far below us, 120 west longitude and latitude 25 south. And I harked back to the dismal December day when the voyage began. If I could have known what lay ahead, I'd have jumped overboard, I would, in that tempestuous sea, and I'd have gone back somehow to a lighterman's life on the River Thames. Never seen Tahiti or Tipuai. Or maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I'd have stopped aboard anyway, as I did. I'd be here just as I am now, the last man. Tahiti told me about it, of course. Else how would I know why we came to Tahiti? And Father. Tahiti, that his wife to me all these long years on this lonely place. It was the women, of course. They'd taken more than a fancy to the English sailors who came to the lovely island with Captain Cook. And they prayed for the white man to come back. They shouldn't have done it. But they prayed to Wahine Tahiti. Wahine Tahiti, the mother goddess, the secret protectress of the women of Tahiti. The goddess who went away from Tahiti and... Well, I'll tell you about that. Wahine Tahiti, woman of Tahiti, that's her name. She has no other name. And since she went away, they don't remember her anymore. They've forgotten Wahine Tahiti. And they've forgotten the lovely women who came with us. Maimiti, Tarua, and Parahiti, that was my wife. And, of course, they've forgotten us. Parahiti told me how the women met and prayed and sang at the hidden marae under the hillside, the temple of volcanic rock the men didn't know about.
She told me how they sang in the leafy shadows there and called upon Wahine Tahiti to vouchsafe an answer to their prayers. She told me how Wahine Tahiti did appear and how she did speak to her mortal sisters.
Comfort yourselves, sisters, for the men come in the canoe with the white wings. Theirs is a journey of hardship and suffering, and death is with them. You have prayed me to bring them, I have promised. They will come. Even at this moment, the great canoe spreads its wings and defies the storm as its master looks across the world of the waters to Tahiti.
And sure it was. For I reckoned back the day Wahine Tahiti spoke to the women. And it was the 23rd of December, 1787, 2 days before Christmas. And moreover, she spoke of the other great war canoes that lay at anchor and how they made solemn sounds with their great guns. And I remembered how the other ships did salute us with cannons as the little 90-foot transport stood down the brawling channel away from them. Tahiti told me how the goddess spoke of the tyranny of the captain to his men. And I remembered, too, what I'd heard with my own 2 ears, the captain bellowing to Samuel the clerk.
See here, Mr. Samuel.
The issue of the provision.
I have no complaints from you about the quality of the provisions I've laid in, and I have no complaints furthermore from any man of the crew, do you hear? For if I do, I'll have the man thrust up in Santa, do you hear, Mr. Samuel? And we'll see the color of his blood under the caps. And that applies to you, too, sir. So give me none of your fool's arguments. Salt horse and weebly biscuits for sailormen's lot, and they'll like it.
Since only the captain and the master's mate had ever seen the Isle of Tahiti before. No, it was a wondrous long voyage we had in this doughty little cockle shell, not much bigger than Man o' War's longboat. And I'm speaking of it one night to McCoy, the Scotsman from Kirkintilloch, as we stood anchor watch in False Bay off the Cape of Good Hope. I said, McCoy, I've got a good mind to jump ship.
Oh, I'd do it myself, Smith. Again, there was a chance of getting ashore without being gobbled up by the sharks.
And I believe if we passed the word, there'd be more than us to try to beach.
I thought I would boggle at nothing at all in the way of food, man. I've had nothing to eat since the morning, except a bite of biscuit and a sup of greenish water.
He's starving us.
Aye, starving every man jack aboard. The officers even.
McCoy, step out here by the ditch.
Eh? What's that for?
Don't talk so loud.
Oh, he's asleep.
Well, the master's on the quarter deck, so speak easy.
You're the one that wanted to speak.
And so I will.
Hey, Mac.
Have you heard the talk?
I've heard nothing but talk as long as I've been aboard this hooker.
You have?
Aye.
What kind of talk?
Oh, did you ever a British seaman going a voyaging without grumbling? They had come to 3 times a day.
Yeah, this is past the mere grumbling stage. So I hear.
Oh, do you know?
Have you heard aught?
Aye. I have.
And?
I don't like it, Smith.
How do you like being starved in and beaten? Being at the mercy of that brute of a man aft?
The captain, you mean? Harky, Smith. I've served time under more than a few captains of His Majesty's Navy. I thought I'd met some rare, hard men. But this one's a devil straight from hell. And one day...
Well, one day...
One day, mayhap someone will send him back to the place whence he came. Hark.
What is here?
I thought I heard someone laughing.
There's nobody on deck. Got Mr. Fryer back in the quarterdeck.
No, Smith, it wasn't Fryer.
Oh, well then, who?
Smith. I could have sworn it was a woman laughing. Out there in the black darkness beyond.
And on the island of Tahiti at that very moment, for it was 5 months almost to the day after we'd set sail from the Isle of Wight, the women of Tahiti gathered at the hidden Morai, listened as Wahine Tahiti laughed and set the echoes laughing in the darkness of the forest glade.
Comfort yourselves, my pretty ones, my anxious ones. You have asked, and Wahine Tahiti grants your prayers. They come. But it's a far journey and a long one. Wahine Tahiti will tell you when to deck yourselves with flowers and go down to the beach to meet them.
Great Wahine, why do you laugh? Great Wahine, have we offended?
Who speaks?
It is I, Great Wahine. I, Parahayiti.
No, you have not offended Parahayiti.
Then why do you laugh, Wahine Tahiti?
Oh, it is my humor to laugh, my daughter, at the shortcomings of those who serve me, even as all who hold power have some secret scorn for their servants.
Have we transgressed then, O Wahine, in asking for this favor?
No, not transgressed, Parahayiti, not transgressed.
What then, Wahine?
You are bold, Parahayiti. For those who are overbold, I have certain special favors. Take care, Parahayiti.
I serve the great Wahine Tahiti. You have promised. You will not withhold.
I will not withhold. No, I will not withhold.
But you laughed.
I laughed, my daughter, as I looked across the oceans to see the men who come to you. I laughed as I heard them plotting against their leader and foretelling his death.
You promised us, great Wahine.
And I will fulfill my promise. But remember, there is no gift without payment.
We will pay, great Wahine.
Yes, you will pay. You will pay with exile and weeping, and you and the men who come to you in the great war canoe with white wings will die in a far unknown place. With your own hands shall you slay them.
This, Parahayiti told me long years after the prophecy had come to pass. She told me how she fell on her knees and implored the goddess to spare them. She told how after a long silence the goddess laughed again at them and gave her word that one at least of the women would be spared to live forever. She would not tell that woman's name, so that they all glanced at each other secretly, hoping that each one, she herself, would be the one. The fate of certain white men was also set and sealed with the seal of Wahine Tahiti. And far away at the Cape of Good Hope, a little 90-foot vessel weighed anchor again and stood out to sea on a course set for the South Seas. Then on the 20th of August, 1788, a cold, early spring day, we dropped anchor in Adventure Bay in Van Diemen's Land. And we were a lean and tattered crew. The captain had driven us hard, had flogged us, starved us, and held us to our course through storm and calm under the whiplash of his voice for 9 long months. But I remember another night after we'd put out from Adventure Bay on the last leg of our voyage to Tahiti. How McCoy and I stood again at the wheel with only the tiny lights from the binnacle flickering before us, whispered together again.
He's no man, Smith, a beast. He deserves to die like a beast.
I'll take care, man.
Aye, I'll take care. But I tell you, Smith, when we get to Tahiti...
What do you do?
Oh, I'm going to jump ship, man.
He'll hang you.
If he catches me. And perhaps he won't catch me. Perhaps he'll be lying aft in his bunk with a clasp knife in his throat.
Mac, take care.
Aye. We'll say no more about it. But there's more than one aboard the ship that had furnished the clasp knife, and not a few that'd use it too.
The mate.
Oh.
What's the course, men?
East Burnett, sir.
Keep us so for another half hour.
Right, sir.
By night?
Aye, what is that, sir? Sir?
Well, McCoy?
This the Tahiti now, sir. You've been there?
Yes. It's a paradise, McCoy.
Are the women beautiful, sir?
Yes. Oh, the most beautiful in the whole world, Smith.
And do they have plenty to eat, sir?
Unlike us, they do, McCoy.
Aye, so. And there'll be hills and jungles, too, sir?
Oh, yes.
And where a man might never be found if the needy people with the, let's see, take a liking to him?
Well, they're very friendly people, McCoy. A man who jumps ship might be able to elude capture.
Oh, I didn't say anything about jumping ship, sir.
But it isn't a good idea to murder the captain of one of His Majesty's ships.
Sir?
I was just thinking aloud, McCoy.
Sir, McCoy didn't mean that. He was just thinking.
I don't know what they're talking about, Smith. Here, you men hungry?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
It isn't much,
but... Sir, you've never starved.
Haven't I? Well, just be careful, men.
We're sorry, 7 bills.
Strike it.
Aye, aye, sir.
And remember, you'd never see England again.
Scotland, sir. Kirkintilloch. Hard by Glasgow.
I'm from Cumberland myself. I wonder if ever I'll see Maryland clear again.
Then through the warm tropic seas again, night after starry night, with the Southern crossed over the port quarter. And day after blazing day on the northeasterly course for the Society Islands and the Isle of Tahiti. Short rations and a hint of scurvy amongst us. And the wicked hiss of the cat o' nine tails of the gangway. The sobbing cries of a British seaman flogged for asking to be fed like a man, not as a pig. And one day a cloud on the far horizon, and we knew our long voyage was nearly over. Tahiti at last, with the peak of Wahine towering high in the distance, a lush greenness wherever the eye passed. And we dropped anchor in Marabai Harbor, Tahiti, Nui, after a voyage of more than 27,000 miles in almost 2 years. And as we've been told, it was a fair island, and the women were beautiful. Let me pass over the labors we performed at Tahiti, bringing aboard the breadfruit trees we set out for to fetch them to the West Indies. Let me pass over the indignities we suffered at the captain's hands and at the hands of his one loyal aide, the Clark Samuel. The downright thievery of the two of them, taking from us the gifts of food we'd received from our friends on the island, the appropriation of the pearls and the carved woods they free-handedly gave us. And McCoy did jump ship and was caught. He got 3 dozen lashes for it. And I had met Haiti. And at last the night came when I must say farewell.
But Smith, you are to stay.
I'll come back one day, Haiti. There's nothing to do now but go.
No.
If I stay, I'll be found as McCoy was found. He'll flog me, take me away anyway.
No.
I will come back, Haiti. I'll come back.
Do you love me, Smith?
I love you, Haiti, more than I thought I could love mortal woman.
Stay.
I dare not.
She promised you would stay.
Who promised?
Oh, Wahine Tahiti, what have you done to your children? Wahine Tahiti, you have lied to us and deceived us. You have denied us, Wahine Tahiti. Oh, great Wahine, we hold you to your promise. Give us our men, the men from beyond.
Then there was a great clap of thunder, then there was a clear, starry sky. I heard the sound of a distant voice speaking in a strange language. And again the voice of Haiti as she turned to me in the starlit darkness and spoke again.
Go. Go, my husband, and come back to me. Wahine Tahiti has promised.
And below me the shouts of the men calling to me to hurry lest I miss the last boat to the homeward bound ship. There were a few aboard who thought that now we'd set our course for England, the captain would be in a merrier mood. He was not. He kept the charts locked up. He alone could navigate us to England half a world away. We thought our life was a hell on the outward voyage. I say to you, that was a pleasant, lightsome, gay excursion compared to what we suffered when we headed away from Tahiti. I'll not describe it lest I turn your stomach. Then Wahine Tahiti laughed again from the heights of Orohima. And in the early morning twilight, she spoke to her daughters again.
Be at peace, my little ones. I have tested your faith, and you have believed. And now the fulfillment. For the men of the white-winged canoes arise now, and they turn their weapons against the one who would take them away from you.
And on the ship, I awoke to the sound of voices shouting, and I ran on deck. The captain stood beside the mainmast, and his hands were tied. He was at last a frightened man. And before him stood the master's mate, and behind him the men of the crew, armed and murderous. I heard the captain's voice again.
Mr. Christian, what is the meaning of this folly?
This is mutiny, Captain Bligh. I am in command of the Bounty.
I heard Captain Bligh plead for his life.
Mr. Christian, let us compose our difficulties. Do not murder me, Mr. Christian!
And I heard Fletcher Christian answer him sternly.
Captain Bligh, you've forfeited your life 1,000 times over.
And I saw at last the ship's launch hoisted over the side. I saw Captain Bligh board it with certain men who had neither the honor nor the hardihood to follow the leadership of Fletcher Christian. And what became of Captain Bligh and the others who departed with him, I know not. For we never saw him again.
We cannot remain here, men. For Bligh, if he does reach England, will set all His Majesty's Navy about our ears. If it takes until the end of time, they'll never give us up till we've all swung from a guard arm in a British port.
And so at long last the promise of Wahine Tahiti was fulfilled. She had towed us from our native lands to the Isle of Tahiti Nui. And now the women who had won us as their prizes set sail with us, never to see their own island again as long as they lived. 9 men from the Bounty, 6 men from Tahiti for servants, 9 women of Tahiti, and we sailed away to Pitcairn's Island. For a time we prospered, and the memory of the Wahine's price for her favor had almost faded. For 15 men, 9 women, a fatal number. Love, jealousy, hatred, murder. First the Tahitian women, first the Tahitian men, and one by one the Bounty's men. Fletcher Christian, the master's mate. Mills, the gunner's mate. Gentle William Dunn, the gardener, who had never before sailed the seas. McCoy and Quintal and Williams and Martin, the able seamen. I alone was left of the Bounty's crew. And at last, Haiti told me of the Wahine's prophecy. How we should all come to death at the hands of the ones from Tahiti. How all the women, too, should die, save one. And I listened in silence, for I was alone with only the few women, the few children on Pitcairn's Island.
And so the prophecy is nearly fulfilled, Smith, as I have told you. Save that we know not who is the one of the women to live forever, as Wahine Tahiti promised.
And as she spoke and fell silent, I saw a change come over this woman, this Haiti, my wife. I saw her transfigured, terrible on the edge of the cliffs, high above the burned wreckage of the Bounty. I heard her speak again, and in a new voice.
Farewell, Englishmen. The bargain is kept.
Now I take the body of Haiti for my own, and she shall live forever, and watch with my eyes over the sons and the daughters of those I brought to wed with my own.
title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Wahine Tahiti. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. And Alexander Smith, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley played McCoy, Roy Irving was Fletcher Christian, and Charles Penman was Captain Bligh. Para Haiti was Sarita Bauer, and Wahine Tahiti was Harriet Priestley. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
The characters in tonight's story really lived, as you well know. The events in the story might have happened, or they might not. Alexander Smith actually was the last survivor of the bounty, but he told many conflicting stories of what had actually happened. Next week, our Quiet Please story called As Long as I Live.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Tonight we're inaugurating a quiz. It's a cutthroat session called Take It or Drop Dead. To qualify, just tear off the top of your neighborhood mortician and send it to us by hair mail. Now, listen to this. Here's our terror tune. If you could guess the correct title of our morbid berserker in one scream or less, here are the prizes you'll win. A brand new 1949 stainless steel guillotine. Just the thing for whittling down your wife's overhead. And a handsome hand-tooled Florentine dagger. The knife without a conscience. And the take it or drop dead grand prize. A free, all-expense murder trial in a court of your own choosing.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, The Deadly Dummy, was written by Ed Adamson and Robert Sloan, and stars Mason Adams in the role of Steve with Elspeth Eric as Claire.
Well, let's get to tonight's shivering shindig. Oh, by the way, let me warn you, all references to ghosts, living or dead, is anything but coincidental. Ready? All right. This is what happened to a guy named Steve Pearson.
Why do you keep asking me the questions? Why don't you ask Marlowe? Ask him, Inspector. He'll tell you everything.
I told you before, Pearson. Marlowe isn't here.
He is. He's in this room sitting right there in that chair.
That's just a ventriloquist dummy in the chair. You told me yourself Marlowe is dead.
You don't understand. That dummy is Marlowe. I can prove it to you. That dummy is alive, real.
All right. So he's alive.
You think I'm crazy?
Go ahead, Pearson. Let's hear the story. All of it. From the beginning.
It began when I went to work as Marlowe's assistant. He was billed as the Great Marlowe. The Great Marlowe. His audiences always thought he was a wonder. But they didn't know him like I did. You couldn't please him no matter how hard you tried. There wasn't a meaner man alive than Fred Marlowe. I would have quit him right at the start if it hadn't been for Claire. I only stayed because of her. Claire, she was warm and wonderful. And she was Marlowe's wife.
Oh, Steve.
Claire, you gotta come away with me.
Wouldn't do any good, Steve. He'd follow us wherever we went. You know him. He'd make our lives miserable.
But we can't go on this way. How much of this can we stand?
We don't have to go on this way.
What do you mean?
If you really love me...
Claire, we couldn't do a thing like that.
You hate him as much as I do.
But doing a thing like that...
It isn't hard when you really hate. When you really love.
Somebody will find out. They always find out.
Not the way I've planned it. Ground glass. He'll drink it.
But how? He'll know.
No, he'll never suspect. It'll be during his act.
What?
That part where he drinks the water while the dummy whistles. You handle his props. All you have to do is put the powdered glass into the water pitcher before he goes on.
He'll pour the drink himself.
Yes. After he goes off, you can wash out the pitcher and the glass. There'll be no evidence. Will you do it, Steve?
When?
He's giving his last performance at the Lido on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
It'll be Marlowe's last performance anywhere.
I'm on next. Everything set, Steve?
Yes, Mr. Marlowe, everything is set.
You made sure of the water in the pitcher. Last night you almost forgot about that.
It's in there now. I made doubly sure this time.
All right, Petey, let's go.
You ready, Marlowe?
Claire?
Yes, Fred?
My last performance here. Aren't you coming out to watch?
I'll be along in a moment.
I wouldn't want you to miss it. We're going to be really great tonight. Aren't we, Petey?
You said it, Marlowe. Tonight we're going to knock 'em dead.
Claire and I stood in the wings while Marlowe went through his act. It seemed like ages, like he'd never get to the part we waited for.
That's what I want to say to you.
And then finally...
Petey, talking about drinking, I'm a little thirsty myself.
That was the cue. Now he was coming to it.
So you won't join me?
No, I never touch the stuff. You go right ahead, Marlowe. I'll entertain the folks with a number while you dampen your tonsils.
Okay, Petey. Take over.
The water in the glass slowly emptied. A silent scream shook in my throat. Suddenly, I didn't want it to die. Hating him, there wasn't enough reason for killing him. I wanted to stop him. The scream in my throat begged for release. And then I felt Claire's hand grip mine. I turned to her. Her smile smothered the cry within me. Her hand tightened and pulled, and we walked away from the stage. Pearson, the doctor. I sent your wife for one, Marlowe. The pain, it feels like there's a fire inside me. It won't bother you for long. Fire burning, cutting into me. Pearson, I'm dying. Yes, Marlowe, you're dying. Pearson, help me. Nothing can help you now. I won't die. The doctor will save me. He won't let me. There won't be any doctor. What? Claire didn't go for one. Claire, she wants me to die. She hates me. You and Claire, you both hate me. You did this to me. When you drank that water back at the Lido tonight, there was ground glass in it. Ground glass so finely powdered you couldn't see or feel it. Peachy. A dummy can't help you, Marlowe. Peachy, I'm dying. Help me.
What? Oh, Marlowe, you're just a ham at heart.
What?
A real ham. Don't you think so, Steve?
What is it?
Oh, that deathbed scene of Marlowe's. Right off the cob.
I thought it was quite good, Petey.
Strictly amateur night. Strictly.
Marlowe, you're all right.
You see, Petey? I had Pearson believe me.
But it can't be. You drank that water. I saw you.
Yes, I drank that water.
But you're all right. It's not possible.
Marlowe, you're killing our friend Steve with suspense. Come on, give him a break.
Of course. Here you are, Pearson. Here's your ground glass.
Marlowe had known we were up to something. Somehow he had switched the container of ground glass I had bought. He let me leave his hotel room without another word. I didn't know what to do, what to expect. I waited. 3 days went by. Then he sent for me.
Sit down, Pearson. I'll be with you in a minute.
Marlowe was busy packing a trunk. I sat there waiting. The dummy, Petey, was propped up on the table, his perpetual grin mocking my fear.
Our friend looks kind of uncomfortable, Marlowe.
Really, Petey?
Why did you send for me, Marlowe?
Clara, I'm sailing for South America tonight. I suppose you're curious as to what I'm going to do about you.
All right. What are you going to do?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I just wanted to tell you about Claire, Steve. She's poison.
Petey never did like Claire.
Marlowe's a sucker for that dame. I guess she never told you that she tried to have Marlowe knocked off before. There was another guy had the job before you. Claire fed him the same line.
He's lying, Marlowe.
Why don't you ask her? She'll be back soon.
Claire wants Marlowe's money, but not Marlowe. She was just using you.
Shut up.
She'd give you the go-by so fast.
Shut up, I said.
You're out of her class. She wouldn't want you in a minute.
This will shut you up. I'll break you into a million pieces.
You're a fool, Pearson. You forget there are other Peteys. After all, they're only me. Remember?
So you see, the only sure way to shut them up is to stop me. Marlowe taunted me with a sickening laughter. I couldn't stand it. I had to stop her some way. I felt along the table behind me. My hand came across the heavy glass ashtray. I gripped it tightly, then brought it up from behind. He slumped to the floor. The grin was still on his face. I bent down over him. He was breathing. I hit him again. Marlowe was dead.
You shouldn't have done that, Steve.
It was the dummy talking. I heard him. He lay on the floor. I had crushed him into 100 pieces. But they were his words, his voice.
You can't get away with murder. You'll see, Steve.
Claire, I tell you, that dummy did talk.
Steve, it couldn't be.
When I heard him, he talked to me, Claire. He talked
Steve,
to me.
get hold of yourself. It was just in your mind, that's all. You shouldn't have done it. If you'd only waited, we would have found a safe way. Someone's at the door.
We can't open it.
We've got to.
His body on the floor now.
Here, help me.
What are you going to do?
Put him in the trunk. Come on, Steve, hurry. All right. Now close the top and lock it. You stay here. I'll go to the door.
Marlowe's room?
Yes?
I come for the trunk, lady.
Well, there must be some mistake.
Well, that's a trunk, ain't it? That's what I come for. Mrs. Marlowe said you're mistaken. Look, mister, I got an order here. See? One trunk, number 3468. That's the number on the tag of this here trunk. Now, listen. The order says this trunk goes to stateroom 3D on the Tregania. That's what it says. Tregania sails tonight. Now, do I take this here trunk or don't I?
Yes. I'm sorry. That was our mistake.
But, Claire.
Please, take the trunk.
Okay, lady. Hey. What do you got in this here trunk anyway? A dead body? What do you mean by that? Forget it, mister. It's just a key. How about one of you two hold the door?
Yes, I'll do it for you.
Thanks, mister. Claire, what's wrong with you? Why did you let him take it?
Don't you see, Steve?
See what?
There's a way out for us. His body won't be found here, and we're safe. Now he's gone forever. Nobody will ever know.
No one? What about me?
Claire.
Tell her about me, Steve.
It's him. Now you can believe me.
Steve, what's wrong?
Dummy, you heard him?
Just your nerves,
No,
darling.
he spoke.
That's right, Steve. You tell her.
There he is again.
Steve, where are you going?
I've got to find that dummy someplace in this room.
Hello, Steve. Looking for me?
The dummy was propped up against the closet wall. He looked at me with the same evil grin as the one I had crushed to pieces.
Steve, please stop staring that way.
I'll burn him, every rotten fiber of him. I'll burn him to an ash. Then they'll never talk again.
Steve, believe me, he didn't talk. It's just your imagination.
I'm not crazy. I heard him. So did you, only you're too afraid to admit it.
He couldn't talk without Marlowe. Marlowe would have to be alive for that dummy to speak.
What'd you say?
Marlowe would have to be alive. You know that.
Yes, that's right. What's the matter with me? Yes, he would have to be alive.
See, it was just your
Then
imagination.
Marlowe isn't dead.
Oh, now, Steve, please.
He wasn't dead when we put him into the trunk. He just wanted us to think he was. I didn't kill him. He wasn't dead. That's why the dummy talked. Marlowe could do tricks like that. Come on, Claire. We've got to hurry.
No, wait.
We've got to get there fast.
Where, Steve? What are you talking about?
Marlowe's stateroom on the boat. He'll be there in the trunk. I've got to make sure he's dead. It's on this deck, Claire.
3D, there it is.
There's the trunk in the corner over there. Give me the key.
Oh, Steve, we shouldn't have come
I
here.
said give me the key.
No, Steve, please don't open it. He is dead in there. I know.
Give it
Yeah.
to me. I grabbed it first and took out the key. I unlocked the trunk. I pulled up the lid. Marlowe was in there, motionless. When I touched him, he was cold. Marlowe was dead, all right. But there was something else in the trunk with him. At his feet. And the same grin was on his wooden face.
Hello, Steve. I knew you'd come. I was waiting for you.
Claire?
Here, Steve, drink this.
I don't know what happened to me. Everything went black.
You fainted.
You were right. Marlowe is dead. But that dummy, I heard him speak.
No, Steve, it's just as I told you. You only heard it in your mind. He didn't really talk.
Oh, Claire.
Those things happened, and now it's over, and you'll never hear it again. Can you get out?
Yeah, I'm all right now.
We've got to get off this boat before somebody sees us.
I ruined everything.
No, we're still safe. Nobody knows we came here.
You go first. That'll be the best way. I'll follow in a moment.
Yes, I'll meet you on the pier.
All right.
How do you do, ma'am? Oh, sorry to give you such a jolt. My name is Higginsman. I'm your steward. Just stop by so we'd know each other.
Time was against us. We were too late in getting out of that stateroom. That steward would remember Claire.
Steve, what are we going to do?
There was only one chance. With Marlowe's body in that trunk, there was only one thing we could do. I had Claire ring for the steward.
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Marlowe and I have decided to cancel our trip.
But,
would you please have the porters come for our trunk and take it to the pier?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Marlowe, but that won't be possible.
What?
Well, in the excitement, ma'am, you probably didn't notice.
Notice? What are you talking about?
Our departure. We sailed 20 minutes ago.
We had walked into a trap of our own making. A trap that was snapped closed on us by a dead man. Marlowe was a cold corpse in that trunk, but we were held by his invisible grip.
Steve, there's still a chance we can get out of this.
You mean if his body isn't found in that trunk?
We'll arrange it so his body will never be found. We'll do it tonight when the deck outside is dark and deserted. You'll see, Steve. We'll be really rid of Marlowe this time. You'll see.
We got our first break. Early in the evening, a storm came up and grew worse with the passing hours. About 11 o'clock, I made a careful check of the promenade deck outside the stateroom. It was completely deserted. We supported Marlowe's body between us and carried it toward the darkened space at the end of the deck.
In the morning, I'll report my husband is missing.
We'll ask a lot of questions.
I'll have all the answers, the way we planned them. I'll tell him how he often gets up at night to go for a walk.
And the dizzy spells.
Yes. Now that it is dizzy spells, that's how it must have happened. Another terrible dizzy spell and he fell overboard. Meantime, Steve, you'll have to hide.
I found a place in one of the lifeboats.
We'll meet every night.
Wait.
What is it?
I thought I saw somebody down that way.
I don't see anyone.
It was probably just a shadow. Come on, let's get this over with. You can help me lift him to the rail. All right. Now, push.
Gone, Steve.
Yes, Claire, that's the end of Marlowe. Now we can live, really live.
Will you kiss me, Steve?
Will I kiss you? Come here.
Oh, Steve. Oh.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm looking for someone. I thought he might be with you.
There was no one with us.
No, we're alone.
I see. I thought I saw 3 people walk over here.
No.
It's so dark, I must have been mistaken.
Yes, it is dark.
The man I'm looking for is Mr. Marlowe.
What?
Do you happen to know him?
My name is Marlowe.
Then you're the gentleman I'm looking for. My name is Ralph Kramer, Mr. Marlowe.
Kramer.
Are you all right, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, I'm fine. Why?
I just wanted to be sure. By the way, I received your letter.
Letter?
Don't you remember?
No, not exactly.
Oh, I can understand. You're a busy man, Mr. Marlowe. Well, just to refresh your memory, I'm in charge of entertainment here on the boat. I found out last week that you had booked passage. So I wrote to you asking you to consent to be one of the features in our theatrical tomorrow night.
And I replied?
You were very kind, Mr. Marlowe. You said yes. I just stopped by to thank you and say that we're all looking forward to your performance tomorrow evening.
Steve, you've got to keep trying. There isn't much time left.
It won't work, Claire.
Well, it will. You know Marlowe's act. You've understudied him. You went on for him in Cleveland, remember?
I know, but I can't do it now. I can't get it.
It'll come to you, darling. Now just keep trying. Go on, Steve. Please, try again.
All right. Tell me, Petey, don't you and your girlfriend Phoebe ever have a difference of opinion?
Sure, Marlowe. But I wouldn't dare tell her about it.
Oh, you see, Claire, it's no good.
Hey, you're doing fine.
Don't tell me. I know it's rotten. Tell him I'm not going on.
Steve, it means our lives. You've got to go through with it.
Sure. You can do it, Steve. I'll see you through.
Claire.
What's wrong? What is it?
The dummy just talked, and I didn't do it. He said, you can do it, Steve. I'll see you through. You heard him, didn't you?
No.
Don't let her kid you, Steve.
There, he said something again. You didn't hear that either.
Oh, now, Steve, don't. You've got to pull yourself together.
Dame can really play angles, can't she, friend?
Yes, she really can.
Who are you talking to?
You know who I'm talking to. You know all about it.
Go ahead, Steve. You tell her.
You're making that dummy talk, Claire. It was you all the time.
You don't know what you're saying.
You're trying to drive me crazy. That's why you're doing it. Now I know what Marlowe said about you was true. You were just using it.
No, Steve.
You wanted Marlowe dead. You wanted his money, just as he said you were playing me for a sucker.
Steve, don't look at me that way.
Now I can see you for the first time, what you really
Don't you
are.
come near me.
You are the same evil grin as that dummy. Because that's what you are, something inhuman.
No, stay away.
Something mean and vicious and bad.
Steve. Oh.
My hands gripped the throat. I squeezed tighter and tighter. My nails digging deep into the soft flesh. The color slowly drained out of her face. There was a final gasp, and then she stopped moving. She was like a rag doll in my hands. I stood there holding her lifeless body. Then after a while, I heard a knock on the door.
Miss Marlowe! Miss Marlowe, it's Ralph Kramer.
Mr. Kramer? What is it?
The show started. You're on in 5 minutes.
All right, Kramer. I'll be there.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take extreme pleasure in presenting the great Marlowe.
I sat there with a dummy on my knee and looked out into the sea of faces. All the men had the same face. It was Marlowe's. The women were Claire. I tried not to look at them.
Come on, Steve.
The dummy whispered to me.
Come on. I told you I'd see you through. Let's go.
Petey, I want you to meet the folks.
Hiya, folks. By the way, Steve.
Fool, it's Marlowe. Marlowe.
Who was that lady I saw you with last night?
Last night? That was no lady. That was...
Now, you're not going to tell me it was your wife. Because I know whose wife she was.
Drop it.
Sort of a deadhead, isn't she, Steve?
I told you not to call me Steve. You'll give it away.
I warned you about that dame, remember? I told you she was playing you for a sucker.
Stop talking about her. We've got to get back on the routine.
The routine, yeah. That's what she gave you.
Cut it out.
Cut it out. Hey, with ground glass,
If you don't stop to help me, I'll choke you.
How do you like this guy, folks? He wants to choke me and cut his best part off.
I'm warning you. Just one more wrong word.
This will kill you, folks. Wait till you hear the story I'm going to tell you. And it's no joke. You think this is Marlowe here, huh?
Don't listen to him. He's lying.
You can't stop me now. It's too late, Steve.
Don't listen to him, please. He doesn't know what he's saying. He's going to tell you lies. He's going to tell you I'm a murderer, but don't believe him. Make him stop laughing. Get him out of here. Somebody make him stop, please. That's it, Inspector. That's the whole story of what happened. It was all because of the dummy on that chair there.
You give us a lawyer's name and we'll call it.
I don't think the lawyer would do me much good now.
That's up to you, Pearson.
I'll think it over.
Okay, Roberts, take him downstairs.
I don't suppose you'll need me any longer, Inspector?
Just one question, Kramer.
What's that?
What did you hear the dummy say that night when Pearson tried to go through with Marlowe's act?
Oh, the dummy didn't say a word. Pearson was up there on the stage talking to himself.
Well, that closes tonight's cadaverous chapter. Poor Steve Pearson, he just couldn't help double-talking himself into a knot, the kind the hangman ties. Now he's in a grave condition. But it's his own fault, you know. His dummy done told him. You know, the real reason he killed Claire is because he figured 2 dead heads are better than 1. Well, anyway, all's well that ends dreary. Yes, as we say here in the inner sanctum, the end always justifies the screams.
Inner Sanctum is heard each week in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Yeah, what are my instructions?
The Syndicate has decided to introduce the widespread use of marijuana into Central City.
That's a cinch. How rough can I get?
We are not interested in methods, only results.
You'll get them.
1 month from today, we will expect 200 regular marijuana addicts among the high school students.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, brilliant young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the Whisperer's true identity is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris, who is listening now as the Whisperer completes his call to his superiors in the crime syndicate in New York City.
New York.
Central City reporting. Instructions conveyed to Scarelli will keep you informed.
Oh, Phil, did you have to give those instructions?
Yes, Ellen. As soon as I receive them from my superiors in the syndicate, I must pass them on.
But marijuana means broken lives, heartbreak for parents, too.
I know that, Ellen, but if I refuse, the syndicate will liquidate me before the day is over.
How will Scarelli start this tragedy?
Well, he'll find a high school boy or girl who's a leader and induce them to start selling marijuana.
Well, couldn't we warn the PTA?
No. We must let Scarelli make his contact, then catch him and his men with enough evidence to send him to prison.
Meanwhile, some boy or girl becomes an addict.
They won't work that way. They'll set up a party, spike the drinks, and when everyone is happy, they'll pass out 1 or 2 or as many cigarettes as it takes to get them high.
How terrible.
But until that party, we needn't worry about whoever Scarelli contacts.
Well, that makes me feel somewhat better.
Say, how about leaving the office and having a soda, huh?
Can't. However, if you should just happen, mind you, to come back around 4?
Well, I'll be here with bells out.
That won't be necessary. As you see, we furnish our own bells.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Scarelli, smartly dressed and spending freely, mixes and mingles with the high school crowd, watching, listening for something which will point out a likely student to become his head marijuana pusher. Then...
They told me you're pretty good on that motorcycle, Scrappy.
Huh? Oh, yeah, guess I am at that.
My name is Scarelli.
I'm Scrappy Ritz.
I got a pretty hot car.
Hey, it's you.
Hiya, Scrappy.
Hiya, Nola. Conserving sweaters and what a goof.
You conserve. I'm starved. Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
Feed that Pete Andrade record a nickel, will you?
Sure.
He really sends me.
Come down.
I'm saying.
Hey, my bike's outside. How about a spin, huh?
Sorry, Jimmy Bivens is picking me up.
That moldy fig. And how about tonight?
Jimmy Bivens.
I kind of counted on it.
You overlooked one thing.
That convertible?
George.
I didn't overlook it. I ignored it.
Your mistake. Never overlook a convertible. Bye. Thanks for the goo.
What's a rush?
Well, there's Jimmy pulling up outside. Don't take any wooden kebabers. Okay, Jimmy.
That's really burning it, huh?
Huh? Oh, you again. Yeah. Jimmy got a Merc 300 with trimmings.
Yeah? How much that job cost?
$1,500.
I know where a hard worker could make that kind of money.
But don't grow on bushes, friend.
The name's Scarelli. How about dropping in tonight and we'll talk it over, huh?
Where?
Main Hotel, room 1201. 8 o'clock?
I'll be there.
Would you mind telling me why you brought me all the way across town to the hangout for that soda?
Well, I love your company.
That I sometimes doubt. No, you had some other reason.
Well, Ellen, if I were Scarelli, I'd hang around, ask questions, spot a likely pusher, and then make contact.
And you're going to see if Scarelli has been here?
You're a woman of unusual perception. park it here, as we used to say in my high school days?
Well, 23 skidoo to you, too.
Name it, Mopes.
Mopes?
Okay, squares.
Oh, that I get.
Well, don't lug it. What goose?
Goose?
Goose. What do you want?
Oh.
I've had conversations like this in nightmares.
Look, could we just talk to you?
Jive, dig.
Huh?
Would you humor an old man and just use plain English?
You do. Speak it.
When I have to.
Splendid. We've found a ground for mutual understanding. Has an older man, probably well-dressed...
Gook.
I'll start over. Has a gook been asking...
Waxing.
Okay. Has a gook been waxing don't tell me... Mope?
George.
Who?
Scrappy Wrist. The gook's waxing him about a hot rod.
Oh, now I see.
Wanna bet?
Don't expose me. Where does Scrappy live?
834 Canal Street.
Octagon.
Huh?
I said octagon. That means thanks from 2 squares. Yes?
We'd like to talk to Scrappy, please.
Oh, dear, he isn't in trouble again.
Oh, no, Mrs. Riss. I'm a lawyer, and I wanted to talk with him about working for me in my office.
Oh, well, come in, Mr.
Galt. And this is Miss Norris.
Oh, how do you do? I wanted Scrappy to go to work. It isn't that he's a bad boy. It's just that he wants so many things and sometimes takes shortcuts to get them. Oh, Scrappy?
I heard what he said, Mom.
Son, I want you to meet...
How much would the job pay?
Well, I could start you at $20 a week.
Chicken feed. I know where I can get...
More? Is that what you were going to say?
Let it go.
Scrappy, easy money usually means risks. The risk of getting caught.
Oh, son, what are you talking
I don't know what
about?
he's talking about.
And I hope you never will, Scrappy, but I'm a lawyer. And if you ever need help, consider yourself my client. Good evening, Mrs. Riss. Scrappy.
Goodbye.
Didn't you warn Scrappy?
No, I think he's basically a good kid, but a poor actor. If I warned him, his behavior might put Scarelli on his guard.
Can't we follow Scrappy? Let him lead us to Scarelli?
Look there.
What, do you mean the motorcycle?
How long do you think we could keep up with that? No, Ellen, when the time comes, we'll find another way of contacting Scarelli. Now, come on. I have to make a call to the syndicate.
New York.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Scarelli has found a good high school contact. He's in love, and his rival owns a hot rod.
Keep us informed.
Bill, every time you use that voice, it gives me goosebumps.
That whisper was the only sound I could make when I first met you.
I know, but I'll never get used to it. Oh, by the way, somehow we've been sidetracked on that soda. Could we...
Later. Right now, we have a date to park in front of Scrappy Riss's house until he returns from his meeting with Scarelli.
But that may be ours.
Well, parking can be fun if it's properly approached.
Oh, no, Mope. I may lag in modern idioms, but some things haven't changed since I left high school.
Where you been, Scarelli? Setting up a pigeon. He's ripe. He's a tough kid in love, and he wants a hot rod.
Well, it sounds like he's already hooked.
Yeah, I'm counting on that. But kids are funny, so...
So, I stand by downstairs just in case, huh?
Yeah, just in case. That's probably him out the back way in a hurry.
Gotcha.
Be right with you. Well, come in, Scrappy. You're right on time.
Hey, this joint's a real McCoy.
$30 a day, Scrappy. Always travel first class. It's the only way to live.
If you have the money.
The right guy always has the money.
And you think that's me, huh?
I do. I've been watching you, Scrappy. You're smart, you're tough, and you're a leader. Here, have a cigarette.
Thanks. Hey, what kind of cigarette is this?
Marijuana?
What's the idea? You're trying to make an addict of me?
At one time, Scrappy, they arrested you for drinking whiskey. But now we're more enlightened, and whiskey is offered for legal sale. Well, in 10 years, the same will be true of marijuana.
I think I'll go now, Mr. Scarelli.
Scrappy, I like you. How would you like to make $200 a week?
$200 a week?
At least.
My old man never made that much.
But you can. We organize 10 groups of 20 friends. Each stick costs 50 cents. At first, your customers will average 3 a week. That's $600 a week.
And 10% of 600 is still 60.
Only at first. Once they get the habit,
You can stop right there.
That's merely a figure of speech. Later, they'll enjoy maybe 3 a day, and that nets $2,100 a week, or $210 for you.
Oh, no. For this, I'll not go to jail.
Just a minute.
You intend to try to stop me?
No, of course not, son. Of course not. Come on, I'll give you time to think it over. Now, just to show you there's no hard feelings, Scrappy, I'll give you a drive in my car. Here it is. Do you like it?
Who wouldn't?
Cost $20,000. British job, 362. Slip under the wheel, twirl it around the block.
Hey, you really mean it?
Of course I do. Get in and I'll brief you, and then you can burn the rubber.
Hey, this baby really turns over.
Yeah. Do a power turn around that corner by my hotel.
Okay. Here goes.
Good boy. You can really drive. Hey, look out. Look out. Yes, son. He's dead.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Well, if we report this, you get 20 years.
But it was an accident.
That's why I'm going to help you. Now, help me put his body in the trunk, and I'll get rid of it where they'll never find it.
That might get you in trouble.
I'll take that risk, provided you'll be my head pusher.
You mean marijuana? But I already told you.
Either that or 20 years. Which will it be? Hurry.
All right. I'll sell you marijuana.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, the man who walks on the thin edge of death as he lives a double identity. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, has ordered the introduction of marijuana into the high school. Now, in his real identity as Philip Galt, he and Ellen are parked outside Scrappy's house when an imported car drives up.
It's Scrappy, all right.
I've never seen that car before.
It's bound to be Corelli.
No doubt about it.
Hadn't we better follow him?
I think it's more important to talk to Scrappy. Scrappy!
What? Who's there?
It's Mr. Galt.
I want to talk to you.
Are you in trouble?
No. Why should I be?
Well, just remember what I said earlier today about being your friend. Let me know if you get in over your head.
Get in. That's a laugh. I'm already in 10 times deeper than that.
Something dreadful has happened tonight. You should have stopped it.
That was my first mistake, Ellen. My second was in not following Scarelli. Now we've got to find him if it takes all night. Oh, well, that's that. Checked every motel, garage, and hotel in town. That foreign car has disappeared.
Could we stop for a goo before you drop me off at my place?
Of course. Come on, Mope.
That all-night diner looks wonderful to me.
In you go. 2 hamburgers with everything.
Did we overlook any place for Scarelli and Mom?
Ellen, no names.
I'm sorry.
Pardon me. With my goods, I need more room to pass.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you very much.
I've seen him.
Oh.
That man on the floor.
Hi, Scrappy. Awake at 3:15?
What do you want?
Man named Galt is searching for my car. It's hidden at the casino, but if he finds it, those fingerprints will hang him.
But Mr. Scarelli.
You must get rid of Galt.
No.
I'll be at your house by 3:25. Be ready.
But I...
They can't hang you any higher for 2 murders than for 1.
was delicious.
Well, in that case, do you mind if I stop and pick up something at my place?
Oh, my, no. I'm used to joyriding at 3:30 in the morning.
I'll only be a moment.
No.
Keep down.
Shoot again.
No, leave me alone. Getting away.
Scarelli is, yes, but Scrappy shot at me.
Mr. Gold.
Yes?
I'm sorry.
Come on inside, kid. We've a lot to talk over. So Scarelli's staying at the main hotel.
So what are you going to do?
Scrappy, we have a job to do. Can you regain his confidence?
I'll try.
His next move will be to set up a party where he'll pass out marijuana. Can you learn the time and place and phone me?
Yes, sir, but what happens when this is over?
Then, Scrappy, it looks as though you'll have to stand trial for manslaughter. Now, I think you'd better go home.
After Scrappy leaves, Philip Galt dials the main hotel. As the receiver at the other end is lifted, he speaks in the voice of the Whisperer.
Mr. Scarelli, please. When? Just now. Thank you.
He's checked out?
10 minutes ago. That means he knows we've talked to Scrappy.
Who are you calling?
Scrappy's mother. He must stay at home until I can get there. His life depends on it.
Welcome home, Scrappy.
Huh?
You bungled it.
Yeah, I know it.
Did Galt see you tonight?
Oh, no.
All right. Tomorrow night we're giving a party at the casino for 20 of your friends.
I'll tell him tomorrow.
You'll call them with my gun in your ribs.
Huh?
When you finish, you'll be locked in the refrigerator vault.
Why are you doing this?
I saw you come out of Galt's place. Scrappy, your number is really up.
Did you find him?
Oh, I've looked all day without a trace. But I did learn that Scarelli's giving a party tonight for teenagers at the casino.
The casino.
My guess is that Scrappy's a prisoner there.
What time is the party?
It's already underway. I'm going out now and try to rescue Scrappy. Ellen, phone Lieutenant Denvers. Tell him to surround the casino. When I fire 2 shots, have his men crash in. Now, you got that?
2 shots. Right.
Good girl. It must be timed right. Too soon, no evidence. Too late, a lot of fine kids will be headed for a place I'd rather they didn't go.
Good evening, Mr. Galt. I've been waiting for more than an hour.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Scarelli.
I'll take your gun. Thank you. Come on. As you can hear, my party is in progress.
So it would seem.
And here.
Very substantial.
It's the meat storage vault. However, the walls are thin enough that you can hear the happenings. And later, well, we'll discuss that later. Now, if you'll excuse me, my guests are waiting.
Mr. Galt?
You all right, Scrappy?
I'm half frozen. I was afraid you wouldn't get here in time.
Has he passed out any marijuana?
No, but he's getting ready to. Hey, listen.
Are you kids having fun? All right, then, I've got something you're going to really go for. Everybody step up and get a free cigarette.
Oh, no, we got to do something. Those kids don't know what's about to happen.
The police may be here by now.
Police? You got a signal?
2 gunshots.
Oh, you're going to get a gun.
Move this empty cardboard carton over there while I break this window with this chicken.
Chicken?
It's frozen, hard as a hammer.
Here's the carton. What now?
Your belt.
All right. But why?
I'll double it. Now stand back. I've heard they do this on the radio. I hope it wasn't just publicity. It worked!
Oh, no!
Over here in the refrigerator.
Refrigerator?
Open the door. Scarelli must be away. Thanks. I'll stay back.
He's getting rid of the evidence.
You over there, move. Scarelli. What? Drop that gun. Go. Drop it, Scarelli. All right, everybody, it's all over. The police will be here, and take over.
Well, this is a haul. Outside, we grab the drivers and the marijuana, and inside we find Philip Galt, boy murderer.
That man has narcotics on his body, and he shot first, Lieutenant.
You wish?
I have 30 witnesses to prove it.
We'll pass that for now. How'd you know about this unless you're implicated in the marijuana business?
My client, Scrappy Wrist, told me.
Oh, that right, Scrappy?
Yes, sir.
Then you must be implicated in this, too.
No, sir,
My client is innocent of any wrong intent. He was coerced.
No use, Mr. Gall. I can't take it any longer. I killed a man.
In that case, Scrappy, you're under arrest.
Lieutenant, before you do a foolish thing, can we see the prisoners?
Well, it won't help Scrappy, but... Morrison, bring in the prisoners.
Do any of them look familiar, Scrappy?
What? Hey, it can't be. It's the man I ran over.
There's the man you thought you ran over. He and Scarelli pulled the old insurance gag. This man screamed, acted as though the car hit him, and fell.
Yeah, but I helped put him in the trunk.
And we're too excited to notice that he wasn't even injured.
All right. You, what's your name?
Ed.
Is this true? Talk up.
Yeah, and that's all I'm going to say.
You've said enough. Well, Galt, looks like you're clean. What are you going to do with these kids?
I'd suggest that you take them to the station, Lieutenant. Call their parents and show them how narrowly Central City averted a tragedy. You might also suggest that the PTA show some of the fine educational films available on marijuana and how it leads to a worse addiction. Tonight's event should prove that it can happen here. Only an alerted and enlightened public can prevent its further spread.
Phil, now that it's over, can I please have that soda?
Just as soon as I contact the syndicate. Just take a minute. I've already given the operator... Shh.
Yes.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Scarelli bungled. The entire gang captured. The public is vigorously aroused. I advise that present plans be discontinued.
We will take such action. For new instructions, call Chicago at midnight.
Chicago at midnight. The Whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Julius Kralbein, Jerry Farber, Alice Backus, Eddie Firestone, Paul Frees, and Ruth Parrott. Script was by Ann Gill, original music by Johnny Duffy, and the entire production was directed by Bill Karn. Next week, listen to another exciting adventure with...
The Whisperer.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
We hope that you've enjoyed this recording, and for more happy listening, please visit otrcat.com.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. And presenting tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Frank Behrens and Roger DeCoven, in Death at 50 Fathoms. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable if you can. For tonight, we're going to venture into the dangerous depths of the Atlantic with a group of desperate men caught in a strange dilemma. It's a story I call Death at 50 fathoms. I suppose you've been reading the newspapers these last few weeks. You saw those headlines. Mystery sub sighted off Pacific coast. And traitor vanishes as mystery sub is sighted. And all the others. Well, Joe Briggs read them too. As well as heard the story one evening when he dropped into the corner bar near the radio repair shop he owned.
Total damage caused by the fire was close to $1 million.
Hi, Joe. What'll it be?
Give me a glass of Bach beer.
Okay, 1 o'clock coming up.
American destroyer.
Hey, what's that news commentator saying about a mystery sub? Let me listen to that.
Official comment has come from the Navy Department. Except the statement, we are investigating. One rumor insists that the appearance of the mystery sub is connected with former German dictator Adolf Hitler. According to unidentified sources, Hitler is hiding somewhere in South America and being supplied by submarine. However, official circles regard this story as being fantastic. This summary of the last-minute news has been brought to you by
Mystery submarines, Hitler hiding in South America. What'll they think of next?
Yeah, it's screwy, all right. But I could tell you a story that's even screwier.
Huh?
I know what happened to Hitler and where he is now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I thought the Russians found his body when they captured Berlin.
Well, maybe they found a body, but it wasn't his.
Whose was it?
A double. Hitler did try to get away by submarine, see? And this... No, you wouldn't believe it if I told you.
Try me and see.
Okay. Only, I never told it before, you see. Not even to my buddies when I was in the Navy. Why should I be called nuts and sent up for observation? So, don't believe me. Just call it, a story. And you can stand me a beer when I've finished, eh?
All right, Joe. It's just a story.
Check. Well, it began the night after the war in Europe ended. I was in the Navy then. I was a radio operator on board the destroyer Spindrift. It was late at night, and I was half asleep in the radio room, the receiver over my ears, when I heard it. A voice that seemed to come whispering out of no place.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Please. If you can hear me.
Voice faded out again. It was a German voice, talking English good. I turned the controls, and it came back stronger.
Hello. This is Oberleutnant Reiner of the undersea boat Wolf. Listen to me. Anybody who may be picking up this message, please listen. Nobody can help us. But it makes it easier to talk. Easier to face what's coming. Easier to face death. Yes, death. We are doomed, and we know it. And yet only yesterday we thought all danger was past. Yes, just yesterday afternoon, as we were cruising on the surface, recharging our batteries, we thought our mission was as good as accomplished. Captain Metz was on the bridge with our very special passenger, who called himself Schmidt. So, of course, we all knew who he was.
A beautiful day, Captain. Particularly gratifying after our long submersion.
Yes, Your Excellency. Pardon me, Herr Schmidt.
You must not take the slightest risk as long as I am aboard, Captain Metz. We have lost, but I shall yet win. Do you hear? I shall win.
Oh, it would be disloyal of me to believe anything else, Herr Schmidt.
In South America, I will make my plan. The world will think me dead. Instead, I will be hidden, where I can direct our rebirth.
Quite so, Your Excellency. Pardon me, the lookout has sighted something. Ach, yeah, there's a lifeboat drifting 3 points off our starboard bow.
Pitching and tossing on the gray waves of the Atlantic ahead of us was a lifeboat, crowded with gaunt-faced men who watched with hostile eyes as we came alongside. A dozen yards away, Captain Metz ordered the engine stopped. And then, as our illustrious passenger looked on with his cloak concealing his face, Captain Metz questioned the men in the lifeboat.
You in the lifeboat. Who's in charge?
I am, Master Hyde.
What's your name? What ship? What cargo did you carry? What port were you cleared for?
Captain Walter McCaffrey of the Mountain. We were a relief ship carrying food and medical supplies when one of your murdering dogs torpedoed us.
That's enough, Captain Jackson. You may pull away now. The nearest land is 300 miles due west of you.
Aye, we'll pull away and glad to get on the same top of the ocean with you. All men, let's get where we can breathe air not contaminated by these skunks.
And then, just as the lifeboat started to pull away, the wind whipped aside our passenger's cloak. And in the lifeboat, Captain Mackenzie, a burly giant of a man, recognized him.
Men, stop! Look! There on the conning tower. You see that stinking rat trying to hide his face? You know who that is? Hey, take a good look at him. It's the master murderer himself. The arch-devil who really gave the order to send our comrades to the bottom. Hey, look at him there, with his toothbrush mustache, trying to hide from us.
I fear you have been recognized, Herr Schmidt.
Stop them. They must die, all of them. Turn your guns on them.
That is against international law, Herr Schmidt.
I order you to destroy that boat, Captain. No one can be allowed to live to report having seen me.
Very well. Forward gun. Ready to fire.
Forward gun. Ready to fire.
Give them 2 rounds. Forward gun. Fire.
Forward gun. Fire! You murdering dogs. So you're going to slaughter us too, are you? You there on the conning tower. Listen to me. Every one of us will be waiting for you when your time comes. All of us at your homes in Jekyll and Mr. will be waiting for you. Down here in the dark waters, we'll be waiting for you. And if it'll come down among us, we'll get you. Remember that. We'll be waiting for you.
Fire!
They are gone.
Yeah, I direct it. There will be no eyewitness to tell of seeing you aboard a submarine in these waters, Herr Schmidt.
The world must never guess I have left Germany. The whole future of the fatherland depends. What is that? That sound?
Bombers. Patrol bombers coming this way. Get below at once. We're going down.
We made a crash dive and fled into the concealing depths of the ocean. A few bombs exploded, but far away, the patrol planes were too late. Crisply, Captain Metz gave the necessary orders while our illustrious passenger looked on, his face pale.
What's our depth, Müller?
75 feet, sir.
Good. We were too fast for them.
The bombs. They are coming closer.
Oh, they've lost us. They're bombing at random now. Yes, we are safely away. The depth, Müller?
90 feet, sir.
90 is enough. Level her.
Level her, sir.
We'll set our course at 180. Level her, I said. We're still diving.
The leveling planes, they won't respond, sir. What? That they're jammed or the operating motors are broken down. We are damaged. The bombs have damaged.
Nonsense. There wasn't a bomb close enough to break an egg. Müller, our depth.
120 feet, sir.
Lieutenant Heiner, order half speed ahead.
Half speed ahead.
Shift to hand operation of the diving plane.
Hand operation of the diving plane, sir.
Now, level her.
Level her, sir.
Well, what's the matter?
Captain, the operating beam won't turn. It won't turn. The planes must be jammed, sir. They're still diving. Captain Metz, I demand that you rise to the surface. There is something wrong, and my safety must not be in danger.
Silence! I am captain of this vessel, and I'm giving the orders. All right. Our leveling planes are jammed. We'll surface and clear them. Müller, depth.
150 feet, sir.
Stop the engine. Stop the engine. ballast tank. Blow the forward ballast tank.
Our bow is beginning to come up, sir. They are leveling off.
Hold her as she is. Hold her as she is. Miller, how fast are we going up?
Yeah, but not rising at all, sir.
What? Not rising? We must be.
Just still diving. 20 feet a minute.
According to the gauges, we are light, not heavy. We can't still be diving.
Captain, I order you to take me to the surface immediately. Do you hear? I am just as interested as you in reaching the surface, Herr Smith. Blow the main ballast tank. Blow the main ballast tank.
For an hour, we struggled to reach the surface, to no avail. We blew all our ballast tanks until we should have shot up like a cork. And still we continued settling toward the bottom. It was unreal, unbelievable, impossible. The crew stared at each other, white-faced, and dared not utter their fears aloud. Our illustrious passenger raved and ranted at Captain Metz, screeching about his safety until Metz ordered him to his cabin. White-faced, his beady black eyes wide with terror, Herr Schmidt left the control room. We continued trying to raise the Untersee boat, Wolf, to the surface.
Lieutenant Rainer, what depth does the chart show?
300 feet with a gravel bottom, sir. But there's a fault in the ocean bed just east of our position. A crevasse 1,000 feet deep.
We are safely beyond it. Miller, our depth.
200 feet, sir. And we are going down 10 feet a minute.
But our tanks are empty. We should be going up.
Nevertheless, we are going down. And as long as we are, we will bottom and surface for repair. Who said that? Who spoke there, Lieutenant?
I don't know, sir.
Miller?
Not I, sir.
Fire!
And,
someone is lying. When I find him, he'll go into iron. Miller, our depth.
120 feet. It's almost as if...
As if what?
Nothing, sir.
Go on, as if what?
Excuse me, sir. I was going to say, as if something was pulling us down.
Aha. But you thought better of saying it.
Yes, sir.
See that you continue to think better of such remarks. The same applies to everyone on board. Lieutenant Rainer.
Yes, sir.
We will bottom in 7 minutes. Prepare to make an inspection of the ship when we do. Well, Lieutenant?
I have finished the inspection, sir.
Your report?
Everything is in perfect order, sir. There are no leaks. The batteries are fully charged. All motors in working order. All pumps operating.
Then, obviously, there is no reason we should not surface when we choose to do so.
No, sir.
Miller, what word of the destroyer?
I have heard no propeller sound for 2 hours, sir.
Then we will surface. Blow the auxiliary tank.
Blow the auxiliary tank, sir. All main and auxiliary tanks empty, sir.
All tanks empty. Captain Metz, we have blown all our tanks and we have not risen 1 inch.
I am aware of it, Lieutenant Rainer. Do you take me for an imbecile?
No, sir. It's just that it's impossible.
Obviously, we are stuck on a mud bottom.
But the bottom here is gravel. The chart says so.
The chart is wrong. I say it's mud, you hear?
Yes, sir.
Mud. And so we will have to use the motors to pull ourselves free. Signal full speed ahead.
Yes, sir.
Full speed ahead.
We're not moving.
What is it? Why have the fools cut out the motor?
Excuse me, sir. The engine room is reporting.
I suppose the idiots have burned out the motor.
No, sir. They say the propeller is fouled.
How can it be fouled? It's impossible for it to become fouled on this bottom.
Yes, sir. They say it's not entirely fouled.
It will turn, but only very slowly. As if what? They say it turns as if a lot of hands were holding it to keep it from revolving.
The fools, the imbeciles. When we get back to our base, I'll court-martial every man aboard. We got entangled with a little seaweed, that's all. We may be able to reverse the propeller and free it. Full speed astern, Lieutenant Reiner.
Full speed astern.
Well, now what?
The engine room reports the propeller still powered, sir. It turns, but as if something was holding it back.
And to think that I, Ludwig von Metz, thought I had the finest submarine crew in the world. A pack of muley infants.
Captain Metz! Metz!
Ah, Herr Schmidt. I trust you've not been worried. Everything is quite under control.
Captain Metz, in my cabin I have been hearing sounds.
Sounds, Your Excellency. What sound?
From outside the submarine. Scratching sounds, tappings on the hull. They go on and on and on. They sound, Captain. They sound like someone trying to get into the submarine. After me.
Silence! What is? Your Excellency, you have heard nothing except pebbles being swept against our hull by the current, that is all.
I tell you, it sounds like hands rapping and tapping on our hull trying to get in. Captain, surface at once, do you hear? I order you to surface at once.
I am about to do so. Now, with all due respect, may I suggest you return to your cabin? Your presence here may impede our efforts.
Very well. But see that you take me to the surface at once.
Have no fear. Lieutenant Reiner, perhaps you will assist Herr Schmidt to his cabin.
Yes, sir. Certainly. If I may hold the door for your Excellency.
Captain Metz.
Well, what is it?
Captain, we hear them too. Sounds coming from outside our hull.
I hear no sound.
Excuse me, Captain. I can hear them now quite plainly on my detector phones. They do sound like the rustling and scraping of a lot of men clambering over our hull. And
yeah. Perhaps that will bring you to your senses. Listen to me, all of you. You're temporarily stuck in the mud. A current is sweeping pebbles against us. You're all acting like children who think they see a ghost in a graveyard. You're going to be on the surface in an hour. You have my word for it. To break free from the mud, I'm going to fill the bow tanks, then blow them and fill the stern tanks. We'll rock the ship loose. You understand?
Yes, sir. We understand.
Then flood the forward ballast tank.
Flood the forward ballast tank, sir.
Captain Metz.
Yeah, Herr Lieutenant.
The pumps are operating again. The failure was caused by Seaman Hans Jäger.
Jäger? How?
He went off his head and grabbed the pole of the main switch. The short circuit blew out the fuses and electrocuted him.
How has all this reacted?
Badly, sir. They are very nervous.
Nervous, are they? I will give them something to be nervous about.
That scraping and scratching outside our hull, it's upset the crew badly, sir. I know it's stopped now, but the men say it's just because they are planning something else.
Hey? Who do you mean, they?
The crew says that there are hundreds of men in the water outside trying to get in at us. Dead men, sir.
Lieutenant Reiner, do you wish to be placed in irons?
No, sir. I'm just trying to explain the crew's state of mind. In spite of all our efforts, we are still on the bottom, and the men are getting jumpy, sir.
I'll teach them a lesson they'll not forget. But of course they're taking their cue from our illustrious passenger. If he hadn't come out here with his ravings and rantings... never mind that. He's quiet now. I gave him whiskey with a sedative in it.
If I may make a suggestion, sir.
Well, what is it?
There is one thing that we have not tried. We have to try it. Discharge our torpedoes.
Discharge our torpedoes?
We must. We have 10 torpedoes aboard, each weighing 2,500 pounds. That's 25,000 pounds of dead weight. Get rid of that, and we have to rise. We have to.
I see you are beginning to share the hysteria of the crew. However, I accept your suggestion. Order the discharging of the torpedoes to begin at once.
Yes, sir. At once.
We began discharging our torpedoes. 2, 3, 4, and then the Wolf moved. It jolted and moved, but not upward toward the surface. To my horror, as I watched the gauges, we began to move downward. 50 feet, 60 feet. We slid ever deeper into the ocean's depths, as if down a steep slope on the bottom. After we had fired 6 torpedoes, we were actually 100 feet deeper than we had been. And then the discharge of torpedoes stopped. And I went forward to find out what was wrong.
It's no use, I tell you. It is no use.
We're going down, not up. Down.
What's going on here? Why haven't the rest of the torpedoes been discharged?
You know how it's going on, Lieutenant. We have fired 6 torpedoes to that ship. We have just sunk deeper.
That is right. Deeper. Always deeper. Our plates won't stand it. We'll be crushed, drowned like rats in a trap.
Maya, be quiet.
Why should I be quiet? We all know our tanks are empty. We should have been on the surface long ago. We're being held down by 1,000 dead men, crawling all over us, scratching at our plates, trying to get in. They've come from all over the 7 seas just to hold us down, just to see we don't get away. Listen to them. You can hear them now. Listen.
Maya, come to your senses. It's only our plates groaning under the pressure.
Hey, listen. You know better. We all know better. Who dragged us down here to the bottom? Whose hands are keeping our propellers from turning? Whose bodies jammed our diving planes? Whose weight is keeping us on the bottom? The dead.
I order you to be silent.
Too late for orders. There's only one way we can escape. Give them the dead outside the man they want. They want our passenger, the one who calls himself Herr Schmidt. We all know who he is, and so do they. Oh, and they've come to get him.
You are under arrest. Grab him, you man.
Listen, all of you. Let us go get this Herr Schmidt, put him in the torpedo tube, and send him out to the dead, outside. Let them have him. Then they let us go free. He is our only hope. Captain Matt.
I heard your interesting little speech just now. And this is my answer.
Captain Matt.
Does anyone else want the same medicine? Then to your stations. Lieutenant, continue discharging torpedoes.
That was many hours ago. We discharged all our torpedoes. And we are still on the bottom. Every few minutes we slip a little deeper down a slope that is bringing us ever closer to the 1,000-foot chasm in the ocean bed. The crew truly believes that we are being dragged toward it by thousands of dead men who have gathered outside, drawn here by their hatred for our passenger, a hatred so great even death cannot quench it. Perhaps they are right. Certainly Herr Schmidt believes it himself. He is in the next cabin. Captain Metz has locked him in. Perhaps if I hold this microphone close to the bulkhead, you can hear him.
Captain Metz, do something. I order you to do something. They're outside. They're clawing at the hull to get at me. Captain, save me. I order you to. You can't let me die, Captain. Captain Metz. Good.
That is enough. He makes an unlovely spectacle, our illustrious passenger, as death approaches. Though no one can save us, there is comfort in knowing that somewhere, some human ear is hearing me. Another lurch, then. We must be on the very edge of the crevasse. It is truly as if many hands were remorselessly pulling us towards our doom. The hands of the dead. It is a fantastic thought. And yet, when one is hated as our passenger is hated, by hundreds of millions of the living and tens of millions of the slain. Who can tell? There is also the curse Captain Mackenzie in the lifeboat uttered just before he died. Just a moment ago, a sharp tapping came against our hull, as if someone was tapping against it with a rock. Listen. That tapping is in international code. It's a message from outside. A message from someone outside the submarine at a depth of 400 feet. And no living man could be sending it. What does it say? I will tell you. Another lurch. And now, we're sinking fast. We are going down into the great crevasse. 450 feet. 500 feet. In a moment, this submarine will crumple like a child's toy. But first, the message. It says, "We are waiting for you, Adolf Hitler. We are waiting for you, Adolf Hitler." That's the message we are receiving 500 feet deep in the ocean. And now, our plates are cracking. We're done for!
Traveler again. Was Joe Briggs just spinning a sailor's yarn? Well, he no longer insists it's true. He just asks us to consider the story and nothing more. But I wonder, after all, Hitler did disappear, and it's logical that he might have tried to get away by submarine, so... Oh, that brings me to my story for next week about another individual who suffered punishment. I call it, I Died Last Night. It's about a man who woke up to find out that he was dead and that nobody would... Oh, but you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tarplin. In the cast were Frank Behrens, Roger De Koven, Robert Dryden, and Ronald Dawson. Original music is composed and played by Alfinelli. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
I tell you, sir, I'm making no mistake. The hideous creature I saw scuttle up the stairs and through the laboratory door was Hyde. I'd know him anywhere. Haven't I had to wait on him when he came to stay in the doctor's house?
I don't doubt you, Paul, but what on earth is he doing in Dr. Jekyll's laboratory? The man's been hunted in every corner of the kingdom. There's £2,000 reward offered for his capture. How could Henry Jekyll hide such a creature?
I would never have come up here if the need wasn't desperate. Oh, I've been driven half distracted, sir. What with the worry of Dr. Jekyll and the poor people coming ringing at the door asking for him.
What poor people?
The people from the clinic, sir. They're lost without him, and that's the truth. Oh, it'd fair wring your heart, it would, to hear the way they plead for him to come and look after their sick.
But what happened? Isn't Nurse Peters still down there?
Nurse Peters, sir? The poor young lady's been too bad herself to look after anyone.
Nurse Peters? What's been the matter with her?
I don't rightly know, sir. But Dr. Jekyll brought her to the house a week before he went into the laboratory. No one saw her but himself, and the nurse had to look after her. But from what I heard, it seemed as though, she seemed to be partly out of her mind, sir.
What? Why, you must be crazy. Helen Peters out of her mind and Dr. Jekyll murdered? What sort of crazy yarn is this?
Oh, I know, sir. And that's why I came all the way up here to see you. If I'd put it in a letter, you'd never have believed me.
I don't believe you now, but this couldn't have happened. Where's Miss Peters now?
The doctor gave orders that she was to be taken down to his house in Norfolk, sir. I saw her just before she left. Oh, she looked mortal bad, sir. And the saddest look I ever saw on any woman's face. She seemed in a sort of a dream. She just walked down the stairs and out of the door and never said a word.
Oh, stop. If you tell him any more, I'll believe I'm going mad, too. Has the whole world tumbled to pieces?
Oh, we need you, Dr. Lanyon. Someone's got to come and try and put things right.
I'll come. I'll come right away.
Helen, dear, here's a letter for you. Do you feel well enough to read it?
Yes, Mother, I'll read it.
That's a good girl. You're looking ever so much better today. A few weeks of this lovely country air should make you quite well again.
Do you think so, Mother, dear? I wish I did.
Read your letter, and we'll go for a little stroll out in the garden. You never saw anything like the delphiniums and the roses, and they'll make you better just to see them. Do you know, there's the dearest little pony cart and an old fat cob in the stables. I was talking to the head groom about it this morning. How would you like to go for a drive through the park? The trees are looking lovely. Just the ferns, the little tinge of ferns and faint tinge of the autumn. Why, dear, what's the matter? Is the bad news in the letter?
No. You may read it if you like.
What is it? Why, it's some sort of document. A deed of gift.
Yes, from Henry. He's given me this house and the parklands and all the land. He told me he was doing that before we said goodbye.
Helen, dearest, don't cry. You mustn't upset yourself. This was done to make you happy, not to cause you any pain.
Happy? No, I don't think Henry expected me to be happy.
My darling, I wish I could tell you what... I wish you could tell me what happened between you. Is it so final? If ever I saw a man with mortal grief on his face, it was Henry Jekyll the morning we left to come down here. Oh, I'm sure he loves you.
Oh, please, Mother, please. If only you knew how it tortures me to hear you say that.
Sorry, dear. I won't say it again.
We must regard him as dead. None of us will see him again. Ever.
Is he stricken with some dreadful illness, dear?
Yes. An illness so dreadful, so terrible, that my mind can't bear to think of it. And yet I can't help myself. I sit here thinking of him alone, facing that dreadful doom. And I can't do anything. I can't even be with him.
But can't anything be done? Aren't there doctors?
Nothing, and no one can help him. Do you think I would have come away if there'd been any hope?
Oh, then don't let's talk about it anymore. It only upsets you, and if nothing can be done for him... Come, we'll go into the garden. Would you like a shawl to put round your shoulders?
Mother, I'd like to go alone. Do you mind?
But are you strong enough?
Of course I am. There's nothing the matter with me physically.
Very well, then. But don't walk too far. I'll come down to you in half an hour.
Yes, do. I'll be down under that beech tree at the end of the lawn. I think perhaps I'd better wear a coat. It might turn cold.
Yes, do. Now take care of yourself.
I will. Goodbye.
Why do you kiss me like that? I'll be seeing you in half an hour.
Williams, my mother was telling me that you've got a pony cart and cob here that I could drive.
Yes, Miss Peters.
Do you think I could have it right away?
Well, are you going to drive it yourself, miss?
Yes. I'm feeling so much better today that I think I'll go down to the village and do a little shopping. How soon can you have it ready?
Oh, it won't take a minute, miss. The old cob's in the stable now, and I'll have one of the boys harness him right away.
Good, I'll wait. By the way, I can reach the main road by going through that gate over there, can't I?
Oh, yes, miss. But there's a better road if you take the one that goes right past the house.
No, I'll take this one. I don't want to pass the house. And hurry, will you? I don't want to be too late getting back.
Oh, certainly, miss. More. Harness old Rory into the pony cart.
Porter, I want to go to London. Can you tell me when I can catch a train?
Yeah, you're dead lucky, miss. There's one due right now. It'll take you as far as Norwich, and then you'll get the express.
Oh.
Oh, there she is, coming up to the crossing now. Want the ticket?
Yes, first class, please.
Any luggage?
No.
Here's your ticket, then. 11 and 9pence, please.
Thank you.
Yes? What do you want?
Is this Dr. Jekyll's place?
Yes, but he's not at home.
Oh, do you know when he'll be back?
No, I haven't any idea. He's been gone for several days now.
Oh, don't you know where he is? Oh, I need him dreadful bad. My little girl that's ill. Oh, if I don't get him soon, I don't know what'll happen.
Well, he isn't here, and it's no use your waiting.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Can't you get another doctor?
I want to come to folks as poor as us, but Dr. Jekyll. We haven't any money to pay him with.
Did you go to the clinic?
Yes. There's no one there. It's all shut up. Oh, when is Dr. Lanyon coming back? It's terrible with both of them away.
Oh, he's on his honeymoon. He won't be back for another week.
And even Miss Peters. Oh, it ain't right for them all to go and leave us like this. We've learned to count on them so much.
What's happened, Bob? Miss Peters?
Nurse. Oh, thank heaven you're back. Margie's back ill, miss. I've been off out of my mind.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, it's some sort of fever. She's tossing round and she's burning hot. She hasn't known me for the past 2 days. Oh, can you come and see her, miss?
Well, I wanted to see Dr. Jekyll.
He isn't here. He's been gone away. There's no one left but you, miss. Oh, don't say you won't come. You would let her die for want of help.
All right, I'll come. He would have wished me to. Nellie, can I come inside and get some things?
Yes, miss, of course.
Mrs. Forbes, you go back to your child. I'll get something to eat and some medicine and come over as soon as ever I can.
Oh, heaven bless you, miss. You don't know how wonderful it is to see you back again.
My cab's still waiting. Here, take this money and get the man to drive you home. Keep your little girl warm and give her plenty to drink. I'll come and see her in half an hour.
Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you 1,000 times.
Nellie, can you get me something hot to drink? I've come a long way.
Oh, you feeling better, miss?
Yes, I'm all right. Nellie, when did you see Dr. Jekyll last?
Well, none of us has seen him since the day after you left, miss.
Did he go away?
No. Oh, I didn't like to tell that woman, but he's locked himself up in the building at the back of the house.
Oh, Henry, my poor darling. And does he never come out?
No, miss. Not for anything. You're not thinking of going to see him, miss?
Why?
Well, we've had orders to keep away. No one's allowed near the place except when there's food to be taken across.
No, I'll not go there. I'll do what I can to keep on with his work. There are sick people in need of him. I don't think I can help him, but I can help them. That is my duty.
Are you well enough, miss?
Well, of course I am. There are times when one must forget oneself, Nellie. And this is one of them. Now, will you please get me some food and show me where the doctor keeps his surgical bag and medicines? This is what he would wish me to do. I know. And as long as I have strength, I'll do it.
Unsolved Mysteries. Truth is stranger than fiction. The story which you are about to hear is a true narrative, based upon actual recorded facts. Yet the exact solution has baffled authorities the world over, and the case remains, even today, as one of the unsolved mysteries of the high seas. Tonight we hear a true sea mystery. The story of the American brigantine, the Marie Celeste, a vessel of 500 tons burden carrying a crew of 13. The scene is the broad sweep of the North Atlantic. It is the morning of December 5th. Officers and crew of the British ship De Gracia are about their duties. Mist rising from the water assumes weird and grotesque forms in the pale, uncertain sunlight. The captain and the first mate are on the bridge, unmindful of the tragedy they are about to discover, all unmindful that, veiled in the morning mists, bearing down on them, is that which every sailor fears, a ship of death, a ghost ship.
All hands on deck. Brigand starboard bow.
Hard a port! Hard a port!
Hard a port it is, sir.
By Jove, Mr. Adams, did you see that?
I don't understand it, sir. She fell away in the wind, sir, as though she were rudderless.
There's something strange about the way that brig yaws into the wind.
Aye, sir. She acts like a ghost ship. Ship without a crew. Yet she's ship-shape and trim enough and looks.
Run up a danger hoist and we'll see if she'll answer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Run up a danger hoist. Aye, sir. Made it so, sir.
No answer from the American, sir.
I've been watching it through the glass. There isn't a living soul on deck. I don't like that, Hunt. Give orders to stand by to board. I'm going to board her.
Aye, aye, sir.
Stand by all hands to board. Aye, aye, sir.
Bring her about, Mr. Quartermaster. Bring her about.
Aye, aye, sir.
All our boats seem to be in place. She can't be abandoned.
Well, we'll soon find out. We're well in. Lower away a boat on the starboard side. Come on, Mr. Adams. We'll go aboard.
Right with you, sir.
All right, lower away.
She doesn't look as if she'd been through any heavy seas.
No? I was looking at her name, the Marie Celeste. I seem to remember seeing her in New York.
I was thinking the same thing, sir. Here, pass me that boat hook. I'll fend off.
There's a trailing rope amidships. We can board easily.
Up you go, sir.
I've got her. Take a hitch with that rope.
She's fast, sir. Can you see anything?
Oh, ship-shape on the deck. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Better be careful, sir. It could be plague.
No, Mr. Adams. If it were plague, there would be bodies on deck, not below.
Together, Captain Boyce and his first mate make their way below decks. Not a thing stirs. Not a sound, save the creak of timbers and the slap, slap of water against the hull. Almost on tiptoe, silently, as if in the very presence of an unseen death, the two men search the hold. From keel to bridge, from stem to stern, nothing. Nothing but an empty eeriness. A ship trim as if she'd been rigged an hour before, but a ghost ship. A ship without crew or living thing aboard. All the superstition of the seas is in the minds of the captain and the mate as they climb through the hatch onto the deck and down the alleyway to the ship's galley.
Good Lord, look there. We've even left the crew's meal on the galley stove half-cooked.
Something terrible must have happened. Caused them to leave the ship in such a hurry.
Yeah, but we don't know that they left. Their own free will. No boats missing. Not anything used to make a raft. How could they leave except by...
Exactly, sir. Except by what? I tell you, sir, I don't like it. It's uncanny. It isn't real. It can't be. Yet it is.
Come on, let's hurry. We'll look into the chart room and get off this ship as fast as we can. Chart room door is closed. Well, but it's not locked. Breakfast here, too.
And a baby's high chair at the table.
And the captain's chronometer still running.
It's ghastly, sir.
This silence. This trim-rigged ship in perfect condition without a soul. No signs of anything. Oh, let's get off, sir. Well, I'm not easily frightened, but dash it all, sir. Here's something that isn't human, if you know what I mean.
Well, I don't want her, but we must take her in tow. You got a note of everything we can enter into our logbook? Boat's all in place. Captain's chronometer still running.
2 watches lying on the skipper's table. Breakfast for the crew ready in the galley.
Plate of porridge half eaten on the saloon table. No preparations made to abandon. Everything trim and shipshape.
And not a soul aboard. Dead or alive.
Right. Well, come along, Adams. We'll get back aboard our own ship, and we'll both feel better.
I'm Greg Bell, and you are listening to Unsolved Mysteries.
And now, let's get back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
62 years have passed, and the mystery of the Marie Celeste remains a mystery. The United States authorities notified the consuls in various countries to keep a sharp lookout for survivors. But to this day, nothing has been seen or heard of captain, crew, the captain's wife, or baby. In the annals of the sea, it is one of the great unsolved mysteries. Yet there is one explanation. It is based on the knowledge that Captain Briggs of the Marie Celeste was ill mentally, and his temporary mental aberration took the form of swimming around his ship with all his clothes on. It is the morning of November 24th, the morning of the last entry in the Marie Celeste's logbook. The captain is in the chart room, and his wife Mary is on the bridge talking to the first officer.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, I'm afraid the captain is going to have one of his spells again.
Do you? What makes you think so?
Oh, he's been muttering to himself all morning about taking a swim around the ship.
With all his clothes on, I suppose.
Yes, I want you to promise me something.
Yes?
If he insists on swimming around the ship, will you go with him?
If you want me to, I will.
Oh, Mary. Mary, where are you?
Here on the bridge.
I'm going for a swim. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Calm as a mill pond, and I feel the need of it.
Tell you what, sir. Let's make a contest out of it.
What are you talking about, Anderson?
Oh, I could do with a swim myself, and I thought, let's have a race, you and me. We'll dive off amidships and swim once around.
Yes, that's a good idea, Mr. Anderson. A competition.
Yes.
But I'm going to swim with all my clothes on. Got to keep in practice, you know. Get shipwrecked someday and have to swim fully dressed. Can't do it unless you practice.
Yes, of course, sir. I'm game, though.
Oh, I wish you would.
No, Mary. You leave that to me.
Oh, by the way, Chips has made a sort of a crib for the baby. He calls it the baby's quarterdeck. Rigged it up aft, sir, so you wouldn't be worrying about the baby crawling under the rail and falling overboard.
Oh, that was nice of Chips. I'll go below and thank you.
Don't be long, or you'll miss the race.
I won't. I'll be back on deck in a moment.
Chips took baby aft a few minutes ago. He's playing with him in the crib.
Come on, then. We'd better leave our watches in the chart room. And that reminds me, I must wind my chronometer.
Oh, here, Skipper, take my watch with you, too. I'll go aft and see how Chips is getting along with the baby.
All right, Anderson. Be ready for that swim when I come back.
Don't worry, sir. I'll be waiting.
He's still determined.
I thought you went below.
I was standing behind the hatch.
Oh, let's go aft and see the baby's quarterdeck.
Oh, I'm afraid. I call it whatever you want to. I have a feeling that something dreadful is going to happen. The way that ship's bell clangs of its own free will.
Now, Mary, don't worry. I'll look out to the skipper when we get in the water. Besides, he's a good swimmer.
Oh, look at baby. Isn't that clever? And good morning, Chips.
Good morning, ma'am. What do you think of our baby's quarterdeck?
I think it's very clever of you, Chips.
Me? I've got children of my own. I know what the little blighter's like. You know, it's just like having a railing around your own porch. He can't fall out.
Don't you think, Chips, that the baby's quarterdeck ought to be lashed down?
Oh, no, sir. Not unless the wind picks up a bit, sir. It's as safe as being in your own yard, says I.
But Chips was wrong. It wasn't as safe as being in your own yard, and it was the so-called baby's quarterdeck that resulted in the mystery of the Marie Celeste. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the Marie Celeste. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. And so Chips, the carpenter, places the baby in the crate-like structure he has made while the mother looks on. He turns to her as the captain walks down from the chart house.
There he is, ma'am. All safe and sound. Can't fall out and can't get out.
It was very good of you to think of it, Chip.
Oh, here's the skipper.
Ahoy there, Mr. Emerson. Are you ready?
All ready, Skipper.
You be the judge, Mary. Although I know I'm going to win.
All right, I'll be judge. The first around the ship and up the trailing rope onto the deck wins.
Then you give the word to go.
Now, both of you get up on the rail. Ready? Set? Go!
No, the skipper, he's away to a flying start, he is.
Oh, he's a powerful swimmer. But just the same... Ow!
Oh, what the blazes?
The ship, she heeled over.
The wind. We're in for a blow.
Oh, the baby's crib is sliding across the deck. Oh!
The ship's carpenter and the baby's mother rush across the slanting deck in a vain effort to save the baby. Again, the vessel heels, and together they slide over the scuppers into the sea. One after the other, every member of the crew leaps overboard to the rescue. The freshening wind fills the sagging sails, and the Marie Celeste, fully rigged, her ship's bell clanging a sailor's dirge, without a living soul aboard, gets under way and leaves the crew struggling in the water.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents transcribed A Murderous Vision, the story about a man who made a recording of a violent death, starring Mr. Richard Widmark.
Hi, Hap. Meet the team.
Where?
Why, right under your car's hood, Hap. The Autolite electrical system, the family team of precision-made units, including the coil, distributor, starting motor, and the other parts that make up the complete Autolite electrical system, used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Well, what does this team do, Harlow?
Why, Hap, it goes to work for you every time you press the starting switch, sound your horn, or play your radio.
The Autolite electrical system does all that, huh, Harlow?
Right, Hap, because all its units are related like a family team by Autolite engineering, design, and manufacturing skill for the smoothest performance money can buy. So, friends, when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, insist on Autolite original factory parts, because from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with A Murderous Vision and the performance of Mr. Richard Widmark, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Yeah? What did you want to see me for?
Oh, Chris.
Come in, sit down. Did you get to hear the show Sunday? I don't like to listen to the show. Oh, why not? Because I don't, that's all. Hey, Mr. Goodwin, I put some zip in that closing scene. I want you to hear it. Got the playback ready. Now, hand me that record marked Part 2, will you? Thanks. I don't know, Chris. I don't make you come to rehearsals. You don't have to sit in the control room all day. The least you can do is listen to the show at home. Well, listen to this now.
George. Honest, I didn't mean it, George.
Get this, Chris. Get this.
Do you mean to say that you didn't really mean it when you told my brother you didn't love him? You forget, Doris, that I heard you every word while I was hiding behind the Davenport the night my mother was here. George, I beg you, don't do this thing. Put down the gun, George. Now, this is only what you deserve. You tricked me for the last time, Doris. You tricked me for the last time.
What did you change it for? What was wrong with the ending the way it was? Why did you change it? Now, just take it easy, Chris. I'll tell you why I changed it. Because it was wordy and repetitious. It didn't tell the story. The boys upstairs? The boys upstairs, yeah, that's just what I thought. The boys upstairs. They do everything but breathe for you.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe people are wordy and repetitious?
Chris, I'm trying to tell you the scene the way you wrote it
Just didn't play. Yeah, that's right. All the trade cliches. Drag 'em out. It didn't live. It didn't play. It didn't make the right goosebumps come out on your left elbow. How did you ever get into this business? Who ever let you into a radio studio?
I'll tell you what's wrong with you. What you need is a good psychiatrist.
Don't you tell me I need a psychiatrist.
Let go of me. I said let go.
Why, you're nuts. Now, you listen to me, you. For 2 years now, I've turned out a murder a week for you, week in and week out. A murder a week. I eat murder, I talk murder, I dream murder, and for what? Every time I turn in a decent script, you chop the heart out of it.
Your contract's up next week, Chris. You've got only one more script to do. Well, write it and get out.
You'll get better than a script. You'll get everything you deserve. I'm going to show you what a real murder sounds like. I'm going to show you if I have to kill you to do it.
Good evening. This is a recording of an actual murder. The first, as far as I know. Not written, not rehearsed, but well planned. It is respectfully dedicated to Mr. Ken Avery, editor and producer of the radio program Murder Please. This is my last show, Mr. Avery. I'm delivering it to you in its entirety. Cast, music, everything. The events and persons are absolutely real. It's going to be a great show, Mr. Avery. You'll hear everything but the climax. I'm speaking into a microphone concealed in my desk, concealed with the other recording equipment I've rented for the occasion. The music you hear is coming from a high-fidelity phonograph at my side. This program is produced, edited, directed, narrated, engineered, and plotted by Christopher Turner, whose only claim to immortality is this single half hour. And now, Mr. Avery, the leading characters in order of appearance. The murderer, Christopher Turner. The catalytic agent, your daughter Lois. The victim, yourself. And now, please to begin. Murder, Please. Hello, Ken. This is Chris.
Oh, now
I hate to bother
Chris.
you at home, but I wanted to apologize for the way I acted. Could you drop over to my office right away?
Sorry, Chris, no go. I put up with your little insanities for 2 years now. Temper tantrums, insults, coming in stewed to the gills. 2 years of that was plenty.
I see. You won't change your mind?
Not a chance. Maybe you can find somebody more patient than I am. Good luck.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks a lot. Lovely opening scene, Mr. Avery. Thank you. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. You just threw away your last chance to save your life. Good work, an excellent performance. Well, if you won't come up to my office by invitation, which I suspected you wouldn't, there's still another way. The telephone book. Listen, Mr. Avery. The sound of the flipping pages. Your daughter's phone number. Yeah, here we are. Hello, Lois. It's been a long time. Bet you don't even know who this is.
I don't recognize the voice.
This is Christopher Turner.
Oh, sure, Mr. Turner. How are you?
Fine, just fine. Well, how do you like living alone?
It's all right, I guess.
Rather be living with the folks?
No. It's kind of independent this way.
Yeah. How's the writing coming?
Not so good, Mr. Turner. I've written 5 scripts so far, and every one of them has been rejected. I don't know what's the matter.
Well, the reason I called was your dad and I had a talk this afternoon about you. He thought maybe I could pass on a few tips.
Oh, I wouldn't want to bother you.
Oh, now, this isn't an obligation on my part, Lois. I like to help young people. Say, what are you doing this evening?
Well...
You see, here's the point, Lois. This is the only free night I'll have this week. Things are sort of piling up. And maybe you're doing some little thing with your writing that I could straighten out in an evening.
Well, all right, Mr. Turner.
Good. You know where my office is?
I don't think so?
It's right across from the broadcasting studios, the Brown Building, room 208.
I'll be right over.
Fine. And bring your scripts with you, huh?
I will. I certainly appreciate this.
Not at all. Bye.
Bye.
I'll be right over and bring your scripts with you. I certainly appreciate this, not at all. You see, that's how people talk, Mr. Avery. Let's see, what else? Oh, yes, sound. Drawer opens. Gun taken out. Click of breech. Whirl of chamber. Bullets inserted in chamber. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gun in drawer, drawer closed. And now we must wait. And you see, Mr. Avery? Fate is a better dramatist than either. Just when things start getting dull, the phone rings. Hello?
Hello, Chris. Hank.
Oh, what's up?
I tried your place all night. I tried your sister's place. Finally, I called your office. I wouldn't let myself believe it, but here you are, slaving away for old man Avery again. Say, when are you going to tell him to go take a flying leap?
I did that just today.
No kidding?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. From here on in, nothing but bigger and better things.
Yeah.
Say, there's a rip-roaring poker game going on over here. Just room for one more sucker. What do you say?
No, I can't tonight. I'm doing my last show.
Oh, forget it for one night. Why don't you? Live a little.
Thanks, Hank, but I can't.
I'm coming over and get you away from that typewriter if I have to use force.
No, I can't, Hank. The show's Sunday.
Look, I got a script due tomorrow. You don't see me knocking myself out. Let him wait.
Listen, Hank, you can't come over here. Don't you get it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, honest. If I suspected. Sure thing. Well, take it easy. Call me for lunch or something.
You bet.
Sorry, boy. Bye.
Bye. Whew, that was close. Good scene, though. Lois Avery has just driven up in front of the building. She's getting out of the car, carrying her scripts. She wears a cardigan sweater, tweed skirt, flat shoes. She's young, she's very pretty. A girl with everything to live for. Now she's disappeared into the building. In a moment she'll knock on my door. And then you'll see for yourself how youth resists the threat of death. And this, Mr. Avery, would be the proper dramatic moment to end Act 1.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Widmark in A Murderous Vision. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, better turn on your lights.
Press do and they're on.
Thank you. And thank Autolite.
Why, Harlow?
Because in your Autolite-equipped car, the lights, as well as the power for your radio and power to crank your motor, are all provided by the Autolite electrical system.
It has to be good, huh, Harlow?
You bet, Hap. And that's why complete Autolite electrical systems are used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
And that's good enough for me, Harlow.
You bet it's good, Hap. And that's why it pays to treat your car's electrical system to a periodic checkup at your authorized Autolite service station or the dealer who services your make of car. You can quickly locate your nearest authorized Autolite service station in the classified section of your telephone directory, or by calling Western Union by number and asking for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Widmark in Elliot Lewis's production of A Murderous Vision. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Act 2. This is Christopher Turner once again, Mr. Avery, bringing you by transcription the first recording of an actual murder ever made specifically for broadcast. The setting, my office. The music, recorded. The time, night. The victim, yourself. Your daughter has just entered the building. And so concludes the usual resume with which we begin the second act of every Murder Please program. I hear footsteps in the hall. Your cue, Lois. Sound, knock on door. Come in. Hi, Lois. Come on in.
Thanks. I brought the scripts with me.
Wonderful, wonderful. Sit down.
I hope I'm not putting you out. I always tell Dad to stop imposing on my behalf, but I guess he'll never learn.
Now, look, you're here because I want you here, and for no other reason. Cigarette?
No, thanks. This is a nice office.
It serves. Just a hole in the wall, but quiet, nothing fancy.
I like it.
Well, how long have you been scribbling?
6 months, Mr. Turner.
Let's just make it Chris. Huh? What sort of things?
Murder, mostly. Somebody told me that's what sells best.
True. Well, let's just start talking about murder. Maybe something interesting will come out. Question number 1. Why do you think people kill?
Lots of reasons, I guess. Money, love, revenge.
Not really. Only for survival. They kill for money only when money means life. Their idea of life. They only kill for love when life depends upon that love. They only kill for revenge when life is intolerable without it. You see?
That's very interesting.
Could you kill?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe you could. Here. See?
A gun.
And loaded.
Please put it away.
Take it.
No, I'd rather not.
It's very obedient. It won't fire unless you press the trigger. Take it. That's it. Now point it at me.
Please,
Think now, think. One touch of your finger and you kill me. One little touch. A very delicate instrument, the trigger. There's a sense of power there. You feel it?
I'm afraid.
Fear, yes, but exhilaration, too. Like the second drink.
I feel it, yes.
Yeah. All right, you can give it back to me now. Well, so much for the murderer. Now, what about the victim? Afraid of death?
Sometimes.
What is death to you?
Death?
I
don't know.
No idea?
Emptiness? Blackness? Nothing?
Is that so terrible?
Yes, because you really don't know.
Like the dark.
That's it.
Do you know any more about death than you do about me?
You?
Yeah.
Well, I know you work for Dad.
Yes, but you've never even spent 1 hour with me. Once at lunch, you and your father sat down with me, yet you come up here alone. How do you know you can trust me?
I suppose I don't, really.
Look at this.
Please put it down. It makes me terribly nervous.
Do you have any money?
A little.
How much?
$10, maybe, some change.
Give it to me.
Here.
Why did you give me the money?
Because you asked me for it.
No, because you were hoping I'd put down the gun. And if I'd said, a kiss, one kiss, and I'll put down the gun, what would you do?
I suppose I'd give
But a kiss, that would be harder to give, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Kiss me.
There.
Thank you.
Now put down the gun. Please. I know it's a lesson in writing and all that, but it scares me.
No.
But you said you would.
I said nothing of the kind. And if I had said it, you'd have been foolish to believe me. You can't trust a man with a gun. Feel helpless, don't you?
Yes.
While you could give me money, there was hope. While you could give me love, there was hope. But if all I wanted was revenge, there'd be nothing you could do to save yourself.
Nothing.
And if I told you that right now, right this moment, I'm going to pull this trigger and blow you to bits, tell me, what would you say?
I'd try to talk you out of it.
What would you say?
I wouldn't know what to say.
Then I'd shoot.
I'd tell you about the electric chair.
Very little threat to a man about to kill. Later, maybe, when he's running away, then he'd think about consequences. But not now. Now it's only kill. Now, what else? What else would you say?
I'd beg him.
He wouldn't listen.
I'd plead with him. I'd say, please don't kill me.
And if he still wouldn't listen?
Then I'd die.
Hello.
Bet you don't know who this is.
I can't place the voice.
Try.
I haven't the slightest idea.
Remember San Francisco and the Italian pizza and the cigarette holder?
Vaguely. Who is this? I hate guessing games.
Harriet.
I know at least 18 Harriets. Harriet who?
Crawford.
Oh.
I just came in. I thought maybe you could meet me for a drink. I know a single solitary soul in town.
How did you happen to call here?
Well, I shouldn't tell, I suppose, but Hank said you were working late at the office.
Hank, huh?
He gave me the number and said to be sure to call.
Bless his heart.
What was that?
I said bless his heart.
Yeah. Well, I'll call you tomorrow.
Yeah, you do that.
Well, bye.
Guess I'd better get going.
Why? We're not even started yet.
Well, if you don't put down that gun, I'm going. I don't like it.
Sit down. I want to tell you a story.
Now, listen.
Please. Please sit down. Now, this is just a sample plot. You can have it if you want it. It's about a writer who had great novels in him, great plays. But he was broke. So, for the sake of a place to stay and a meal to eat, he started turning out radio mysteries. He turned them out until every drop of originality was squeezed out of him. And all the greatness he might have been ate into him because he'd leave nothing to the world, nothing but scripts to be swept up by studio janitors after the broadcast. Well, the writer made his decision one day. He'd do a last radio play. A radio play with an actual murder, the only chance he had for permanent survival. And he selected as his victim the man who had ground him into the dust. He selected his editor and producer, Ken Avery. I like you. I like you very much. I wish this could be happening to almost anyone but you. Get to the phone.
What?
The telephone.
What for?
You're going to call your father.
No. No, I won't do it.
You'll call your father and you'll tell him to come up to my office. Now pick up the receiver. No, wait. I'll do it. Now take the phone. Tell him. It's ringing. Take it.
Hello? Hello?
Dad?
Lois? Lois, what are you calling this time of night for? Something the matter?
No, nothing.
You wanted to take you home, but you don't feel well.
Lois, something's the matter. Where are you? You home?
No, I'm at Mr. Turner's.
Turner's? His apartment?
His office. I don't feel very well.
Come and take me home.
Come and take me home. I don't feel well.
Here, give me the phone. Hello, Ken.
Yes? Chris?
Yeah, Lois came up tonight to discuss some scripts she wrote, but she doesn't feel very well. You better come and get her.
I'll be right over.
Sit down. We haven't got very long to wait. 20 minutes have gone by. I hear the steps in the hall. The sure, plodding steps of her father, Mr. Ken Avery. The climax, ladies and gentlemen of the listening audience, I address to you. Mr. Avery will never hear this portion of the entertainment. Come in.
Lois, are you? Well, what is this?
Sit down. There's a chair reserved for you.
Lois, what's been going on here?
Tell him, Lois.
He's going to kill you. He's going to kill both of us.
Close the door.
Oh, Chris, put that thing down. Somebody's likely to get hurt. What's the matter with you? Drinking again?
Nothing to drink. Very sober. Sit down.
Chris, are you crazy?
Good line. Perfectly in character. The inane cliche from the mouth of the great producer. You see, Ken, everything is being recorded right now. Your voice, Lois's, mine. Sit down.
Recorded for what?
For posterity, for the show next week. You'll have the honor of appearing on your own program as the murder victim. Here, let me show you. Right here in the desk. You see, it's a recording machine. I've stopwatched every second. It's been running exactly 25 minutes. You always made it a rule to plan the climax for 26:30 so you could have room for a final commercial. Well, that's just what I'm doing. According to my timing, you have about 1 minute and 30 seconds to live.
All right, Chris. That's enough of the phony dramatics. Now, give me that thing before somebody gets hurt.
Stand back. I wouldn't want to mistime the climax of the show.
This won't make a show.
You won't have much editorial power, Mr. Avery, after a few seconds.
There's the agency. They wouldn't put this thing on the air.
No, why not?
You planned to kill me.
From the beginning.
There's the trouble right there, Chris. There's no twist.
Oh, yes, the twist.
Right. The surprise ending. You told the audience to expect the murder to be successful. But our shows have to have some kind of surprise for the audience, Chris. You know that. Where's the twist?
Still the editor right to death's door, huh? All right, Ken, perhaps you can provide the surprise ending that's going to save your life.
I don't have to.
Oh?
You provided the twist yourself, but you didn't know it. And yet the twist was part of the story all the time.
Where, Mr. Editor Avery?
You, Chris, you're the twist.
Me?
That's right. You're a flop, Chris. You're so used to dreaming on paper you can't live anymore. You wrote about love because you never had it. You wrote about fortunes and you're still 2 bits. You wrote about murder, but you haven't got the guts to pull the trigger. Now, give me that gun.
You think I won't shoot?
I know you won't. Give me that gun, you hack.
What did you say?
I said you were a hack. Now give me that gun.
Stay away.
Give me that gun, you hack.
No, I'm not. Dan, let go. Let go of my hand.
Drop it, I said. Drop it. Let go.
Chris. You always like to change the ending.
It's all right, Lois.
Dad, take me home.
The records. They're all we have to clear us.
Take me home, please.
As soon as I see what's on those records. Oh, this must be part 1. Let's see.
Good evening. This is a recording of an actual murder. The first, as far as I know. Not written, not rehearsed.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. These include complete electrical systems, a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, both standard and resistor types, Autolite batteries, including the famous Autolite Stay Full. Autolite also makes automotive wire and cable, bumpers, and hubcaps, electric windshield wipers, and many more. All are backed by constant Autolite research and are precision-built to highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Victor Mature as a man who made his living as an assassin. A tale we call Blackjack to Kill. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. John Hodiak and Mr. Herbert Marshall, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and transcribed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. A Murderous Revision was adapted for Suspense by David Ellis from a story of S. Lee Pagostin. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Lois, Joseph Kearns as Ken, Charlotte Lawrence as Harriet, and Jerry Hausman as Hank.
Tonight's appearance of Richard Widmark was made possible through the kind permission of 20th Century Fox Studios. Mr. Widmark may soon be seen in the Technicolor production Red Skies of Montana.
For the location of your nearest Autolite service station or your nearest Autolite spark plug or battery dealer, phone Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present a story taken from the front pages of your newspaper. Tonight's production on
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents Blackjack to Kill, a dramatic report on a man who made his living by being an assassin. starring Mr. Victor Mature.
Hey, Two-Gun. Why are you shooting those pistols off at your car?
Because I'm tired of just shouting at my car's wasting gas and hard to start. That's why we'll talk.
Well, Two-Gun, why not go straight to your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer and have him check your spark plugs?
You mean spark plugs could be the trouble, Wilcox?
Why, they sure could, Two-Gun, because spark plugs are the heart of a car's ignition system, and they've got to be right. That's where your Autolite spark plug dealer comes in. He's the only one who has the exclusive Autolite plug check indicator to quickly tell whether your spark plugs are right for your style of driving.
He'll do that for me?
He sure will, and more, too, because if replacements are needed, he'll recommend ignition-engineered, standard or resistor-type Autolite spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, take a tip from me and see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer soon. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Blackjack to Kill and the performance of Mr. Victor Mature, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Here he is, Mr. Moyer.
That chair right in front of you, Johnny.
Sure.
I'm going to give you a card, Johnny. I'm going to give everybody here at the table one, all 5 of you.
What is this, anyhow?
One of us is going to kill a man, Johnny.
Who?
That makes a lot of difference to you, Johnny?
You didn't hear me say that, did you?
No. Once around the table, face up. High card. High card makes one of you employed with a job to do. You got anything to say, Raddick, before I deal?
Just deal, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Raddick.
So polite. That Cleo kills me.
Ace is high card. Winner, to kill a man. Let's go. Cut him, Cleo. Thanks. Now stand at the door and don't let anyone in.
Yep.
What's the matter? Doesn't Cleo get a card?
You 5. Just you 5, Raddick. 10 of clubs for you, Raddick.
Oh.
6 of diamonds for you, Toker. 9 of hearts for Barney. Jack of clubs for Johnny.
Goodbye, Johnny.
7 of hearts for Mackle. You, Johnny.
I'm a lucky fellow.
I tell people that when they ask me about you, how lucky you are. Not a scratch, and you've knocked over 3 hoodlums.
4. I operated before I met you, Moyer.
4. My. Good-looking boy like you. It's the talk how hired killers don't come as pretty as you.
Good night, Mr. Moyer.
Good night, Cleo. You like it here in Miami, Johnny?
Sure, I like it. Why shouldn't I like it?
Oh, why shouldn't you like it? Yeah. Miami, pretty palm trees, pretty ladies, pretty ponies. And no Penny Cullen.
You're doing it again, Moyer. Every chance you get, you say Penny Cullen to me. Why?
Because you're lucky. A big man like Penny, and you say the right word to the wrong guy, and Penny's gone. Kicked out, deported, run out of the country, and nothing happens to you. You're sure the one, Johnny.
All right, I'm the one. Now, what did I get the high card for?
For this. 10 grand to do a job. 15 more when you come back and it's all over.
When I come back? Where am I going?
Havana in Cuba.
All right. I go to Havana. I kill somebody. Who?
You get a plane ticket and a name and an address. The address for a man you'll see. He'll tell you who he wants the job done. I'm just the contractor, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Well, have fun, Johnny. Try not to get scratched.
Moyer said it, and it let loose a squad of happy butterflies that finally landed in a wad somewhere inside me. 10 grand. 10 grand to stain a little part of Havana with a man's blood. Throw a handful of sand in his face, and for that another 15 grand when I got back, so I could enjoy Miami all over again. At the airport, hire a car, lean back, spread out, breathe deep and slow while you drive through dreamland. And where the Prado kisses the neon goodbye, a mansion with flamingos strutting in the front yard like they were on stilts, and their wings a color of red I never saw before flashing against the white columns of the house.
Taste it for a minute, then walk into it. And a butler in knee breeches tells you to wait.
You are who, senor?
Damon. Johnny Damon.
Oh? I have been waiting for you, Senor Johnny Damon. I am Deontay. We have business to discuss.
You want some dead? What's to discuss? Just tell me who.
In my study, I think is more appropriate for these matters. Venga, senor. Come. Aquí. Here. You are the assassin I have hired, see? I want to look at you. Assassin. I walk around you. Observe you. And this is what an assassin looks like?
Look, how long do I have to wait?
You have impatience, Senor Assassin. This is an admirable quality in a man who kills for a fee. Penny Cullen.
What?
Man I want dead. Penny Cullen.
Well. Penny's here, huh?
Since 3 months. The criminal your country deported to Europe has fled from there. Came here, to Cuba. This killer, this gangster, this filth you have rid yourselves of in your country. I want this also, to me. But rid me of him, dead.
It's going to be a pleasure. Penny bothers you, huh?
I have flourishing enterprises in Cuba, senor. Your Penny Cullen wants to share in them. This he has whispered to me. He asked for an answer, quickly. You are my answer.
You came up with the right answer, Chico. Where do I find Penny?
He has a house in the Plaza Batista. Number 23.
4 days, Chico. That's how long I need. Then the weepers for Penny Cullen can start crying over his dead body.
4 days?
3 days to watch him. The 4th, the kill.
My assassin.
You know, that's something Penny taught me. If the man has a schedule that lasts for 3 days, he'll do the same on the 4th.
I see. This is very interesting to me.
Sure. You see, you can't be sloppy in this kind of work. Know a man's habits. Know where he's going to be at such and such a time. Know when to kill. That way you can walk away from it.
I had not known assassination was such a delicate art, senor.
Delicate art, huh?
See. A suggestion, if I may.
Go right ahead.
A thing I know about Senor Cullen. Each day at 6, at twilight, he sits on a bench, the same bench always, and looks over the Embarcadero.
The Embarcadero?
The waterfront. He sits there and looks out upon the ocean.
Where's the bench?
There is a statue, senor, of a dying hero, Miguel Perez, to the left of the statue.
Thanks, Deontay. That's all I need.
Senor.
Yeah?
When you kill senor, say him my name. Say Jose Deontay. Adios.
Penny Cullen in Havana. Penny Cullen set up to be knocked over by me. A boy who could appreciate a nice thing like that. There was nothing complicated about it. Penny Cullen was a man I hated, a man I put the finger on, a man I had deported, and now I was going to get close enough to kill him. And he'd never even know I was in Havana. Now to work. First, an investment. $10.95 for a pair of binoculars. Nothing fancy, but good enough. Magnification 3.5 times. Very fine for seeing Penny Cullen sitting on a bench watching the ocean. That evening, get to the waterfront sometime before 6. Find a spot that overlooks a bench to the left of a statue of a dying man. And wait. At 5:45, a vendor pedals by the bench on a bike. He's selling ice cream. And wait. And far away a bell tolls 6 o'clock. And in the middle of it, a man who walks over to the bench, sits on it. A man named Penny Cullen. And Penny looks pretty good. A little heavier, but just a little bit. Yeah, Penny looks pretty good. He's carrying something with him, a paper bag. At 5 minutes after 6, he opens the bag and throws breadcrumbs to the pigeons. Penny Cullen throwing breadcrumbs to the pigeons. At 12 minutes after 6, a cop walks past the bench, touches his cap to Cullen. Cullen nods back. The cop goes away. Penny sits. 20 after, another vendor, an old woman. She's selling flowers. Penny buys one. The old woman puts it in his lapel. Goes away. At 6:45, Penny goes away. Next day, practically the same. 5:45, ice cream vendor. 6, Penny Cullen. 5 after, pigeon feeding time. At 6:12, the cop. 6:20, flower in the buttonhole. 6:45, Penny gets up and walks away. The next day, the same. Next day, the 4th day. Day for killing.
Is your Cuba Libre, senor?
Thanks. Put it on the table.
Si, senor. Will there be anything else?
Take a buck from the bundle. Oh, kid.
Si, senor.
I'm liable to nap. Have the desk call me at 5.
Si, senor.
Four hours away from killing time. Time enough to have your drink, then lie down in that soft bed and relax. Think about it. And he didn't even know I was here. Penny Cullen, pigeon fever. Tomorrow the pigeons would have to find a new boy. Between 6:20 and 6:45, I was going to walk up in back of him and let him have it. Oh, and he wouldn't even know where it came from. Yeah? Yeah?
Johnny.
Hmm?
Do whatever you were doing, Johnny. I'm not going to be at the bench today.
Penny?
Yeah. Penny Cullen, boy. Welcome to Havana.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Victor Mature in Blackjack to Kill. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Wilcox, you said Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered?
I sure did, Two Gun, because they're designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
You mean Autolite spark plugs are tops in quality and performance? Hey, Wilcox?
Exactly, Two Gun, and that's why so many millions of wise motorists replace worn-out spark plugs with Autolite, standard or resistor-type spark plugs, for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. You just can't buy better spark plugs than world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
I'm going to see my Autolite spark plug dealer right now.
Friends, to quickly learn the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer, just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer, who is equipped to give you the best spark plug service in town. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Victor Mature in Elliot Lewis's production of Blackjack to Kill, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
So now it was different. Penny Cullen knew I was in Havana, and he knew why. But only a little different, only a little tougher. A matter now of killing a man who knew he was going to be killed. Look at it this way. It was a job, and it was going to get done. Only now it was more even up, more interesting. Penny Cullen and me. Two good boys, each holding a good hand. And the winner, that was going to be me. Yes, I was the good boy who was going to stay alive. New plans. Penny knew where I was. So get out of this hotel and find another one. Pack. Carry your own suitcase. Walk down 5 flights of stairs. Lead through the service entrance. Down an alley. Down a side street. Keep walking. Keep alive.
¿Qué quieren, señor?
What?
I ask you what you want.
Rum.
Rum.
Hey, bartender.
Another rum?
No.
¿Qué quiere, senor?
That sign outside says you have rooms upstairs.
See? You wish a room?
Yeah, for 4 days.
It can be arranged.
I want something else arranged.
¿Qué?
Look what I got, Chico. See it, money? American dollars.
I see it, senor.
I want a boat for a boat trip.
¿Cuándo? When?
In 4 days. Look at it again, Chico. Money. Mucho, mucho, mucho money.
For a boat?
You said it, Chico.
Conmigo. With me. Mario. This man has taken a room. He also wants to arrange for a boat.
Huh? I want a boat in 4 days. I need something to take me over to Key West.
Why to me, senor? There are fine steamships, airplanes.
I can't wait for schedules. I want something that'll get me out of here when I'm ready to move.
Huh?
What about it?
In 4 days.
Well, what about it?
In 4 days, senor. On the 4th day from today, we'll be ready for you. Whenever you want it.
So it started all over again. The killing of Penny Cullen. This time it had to be played another way. Before I set him up, I had to think of myself. About a getaway. No commercial transportation. After I killed Penny, who knows how many of his people would be asking around for me at airports and at steamship docks. A private boat, all my own. The way to do it. The way to assassinate. Number 23 Plaza, Batista. That was the address the auntie had given me. That's where Penny was. I already had the jump on him. I knew exactly where he'd be. So started all over again. Find a spot nearby. Park your car. Get out. Hide. Watch. And it went like this. At a few minutes past midnight, a sedan drove up at number 23. 2 men got out of the front, looked up and down the street. Then one of them opened the door for another man. Penny. Penny and a blonde. The 2 of them walk up the steps, go into the house. The lights go on, and so does some music from inside. And the 2 men out front, they stay there, talk a little while, tell a joke. But they stay there, that way for 2 hours. Then one of them looks at the other, shrugs. They walk over to the sedan and get in. And in a little while, they're dozing. And there are silhouettes of Penny and the blonde behind the windows. That's all you need to know. That night, the next, the night after that, the same thing. Penny Cullen and the blonde, and the music, and the 2 men who got tired after a couple of hours and went to sleep. Then it was the 4th night. The time for killing had come around again. Penny and the blonde. So wait. And the 2 men. So wait. An hour. Wait. 2. Wait. And then the 2 men dozing. Let them sleep. The time for killing. Assassination. A delicate art. And it was done.
Senor?
Let's go, bartender. Let's tell your boss I'm ready for that boat.
Your business here in Havana is completed?
4 days and it's all done. Let's go.
Mario, he is here.
¿Sí?
Él dice que su negocio está completado en Havana y quiere un buque hoy.
¿Ah? Look, bartender, what did you tell him?
Él tiene un gran apuro por el buque, Mario. ¿Está todo listo?
I asked you something. What did you tell him?
Take your hands off me, senor.
Well...
Mario knows what you want. Talk to him.
What about it, Mario? You got the boat for me.
You said you have a lot of money. Show me.
Sure. You hear it? Whispers to you.
Foolish, senor. So much money to wave it at such a stranger as me.
You know what else I got? Gun. Right under the gabardine.
You have money, you have a gun. It takes now only the boat to Key West to make you happy, see?
Yeah.
$2,000.
2,000, huh?
For you. Just for you.
All right. When you put me on the boat.
Bueno. El hombre está aquí. Como dijo usted, un americano con pelo güero. Él tiene mucho dinero.
Who are you talking to? Look, when you talk to it in American so I can understand what you're saying. In American, Mario.
My friend speaks only Spanish. You do not believe me? You talk to him, senor. You tell him what you need.
Talk to him.
¿Está arreglado? Muy bien. Yo le diré. Sit down, senor. Make yourself at home.
What did your friend say?
1 hour. He will call when he's ready.
I told you it had to be ready when I wanted it.
Try someplace else, senor.
You sure your friend's got the boat?
1 hour. I already said it. Sit down. You play cards, senor?
Look, call him back and tell him I haven't got an hour.
Everybody has an hour, senor. Except the dying.
Deal of cards.
Poker?
Deal. Except the dying. And that didn't include me. Penny Cullen dead. Johnny Damon healthy and wealthy. But how long does an hour take? How many poker hands? And how many times did the door open like that and a man standing in the doorway looking at you? Just standing and looking, then goes away. A man, and a woman, then another man. And Mario across the table, not looking at his cards, looking at you and laughing like that. And...
Sí. Todavía está aquí. Muy bien, muy bien. Como diga usted. It was not about you, senor. It was of another matter.
Things like that. The people who stood in open doorways staring. A phone call that was not about you. Things that only eat up half an hour. Things and Mario. What's funny? What are you laughing at?
That's you, senor. You're such a bad poker player.
Sure. Maybe you're not getting a boat. Maybe your friend's not getting me a boat either. How come it takes an hour to get a boat? You had 4 days. How come it takes another hour, Mario?
Hello, Johnny. I said hello.
Hi, Penny.
Yeah, you better get on your feet, Johnny. Get out of here, Mario.
I couldn't have missed you, Penny.
Not you, boy. You never miss. You killed a man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, a man I was saving up to be killed. Kind of built like me.
You're a tricky boy, Penny.
But not you. That thing I taught you. A man has a schedule for 3 days. He'll do the same on the 4th. Oh, Johnny. You should have known I was figuring right with you.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Do you like Havana?
It was all right. I'm still in favor of Miami.
Not even worth an opinion anymore, Johnny.
Oh?
Yeah. Moya wrote me and said you're being replaced. He's got a kid named Cleo he likes.
Moya wrote you? Moya?
Uh-huh.
You're kidding, Penny. Moya was contracted for what I was supposed to do to you.
Oh, Johnny, you've really lost touch.
Mm-hmm. Not Johnny.
Johnny. He didn't hire you to kill me. I hired him to send you to me.
Tricky.
I thought so. What'd you expect, boy, getting me heaved out of the States and all?
Yeah, I thought that was very patriotic.
It was.
Now, I'm going to tell you something, Penny.
Uh-huh.
I'm going back to Miami. Moya's jaw is going to drop when he sees me. Then he's going to pay me the $15,000 he owes me for killing you. Then he's going to run.
Behave, Johnny. You're not getting back to Miami.
Oh, you think you can kill me?
You die hard, Johnny.
Yeah, got it! Got it! Oh! You think you can kill me? You think you can kill me?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Victor Mature.
And here once again is our star, Victor Mature. Victor, it was great having you on Suspense again.
Thanks, Harlow. And thanks to Autolite for giving me such an exciting story. You know, Harlow, the play's the thing.
Agreed, Victor. But all elements, both the play and the actor, must be right to ensure the best show possible. Now, take your car, for example. To ensure its best performance, it needs Autolite ignition-engineered spark plugs, either standard or resistor type. I say Autolite spark plugs because they're designed by the same engineers who design complete electrical systems. Autolite actually makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. These include the world-famous Autolite Stay Full battery, automotive wire and cable, bumper and hubcaps, and many more. No wonder, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. John Hodiak in another story taken from life, a dramatic report we call The Case History of a Gambler. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Herbert Marshall, Mr. Jeff Chandler, and Mr. Charles Boyer, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Blackjack to Kill was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in tonight's story were Herb Butterfield, Clayton Post, Harry Bartell, Jack Crucian, Eddie Firestone, Joseph Kearns, and Steve Roberts.
Tonight's appearance of Mr. Victor Mature was made possible through the permission of 20th Century Fox Studios, whose current release is Fixed Bayonets, starring Richard Basehart.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. John Hodiak in The Case History of a Gambler.
For the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug or battery dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
The Christmas season is also the Christmas seal season. By using and buying Christmas seals, you directly aid in the fight to conquer tuberculosis, which kills more people than all infectious diseases combined. Your Christmas will be more worthwhile if you buy Christmas seals. This is the CBS Radio Network.